much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he'd ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one at the market when he risked Berta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Erna, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes, but they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehutuk was his name. Shigehutuk realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if the people contributed, helped it. It's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. So they always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened in Mongolia. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the Mao, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died at 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the marriage of a gray blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's some kind of myth. It's totemic. And Mongols mostly, they look at me, I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They're married. They're very practical about it. And they think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bodhachar, they call it Bodhachar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped the Urihanghai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigehutuk, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where first it sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't think of it, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so the scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript, which was very, very odd. Didn't think it was anything because it's all Chinese characters. But it makes no sense in Chinese. But pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. In this code used to record information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. Which is always problematic in some little areas you're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me because some of the Persians I trust very much and I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Khan then. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, in Mongolia, it's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why. But it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
But yes, that was translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things in it, and they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian Notes Tukcho, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and give more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries, as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Berchtesgaden. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the verse that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse, and he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter, and that also correlates with the time that reading was done, so it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, And I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going to, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. That I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, they were, at this time, they were amazed. I would come, the Soviet era had just ended, socialism was just ending, democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind and think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Burkhan.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains, the great sea, and it's kind of just like a deep connection that they have.
Mongolia is a world, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. Certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different people, just everything. For London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople, all of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian step like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about this step is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold is the dickens sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in, you have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. Dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good, but that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas, but even when I was there, Or even today, when we go to some place like the Sea Lake River, where we talk about the market lift. So it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land. They refer to the earth as Dada, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. And what are the rules about water? You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the Mongol way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse. Or thinking about this open steppe, from a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, what they call the salt, out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside. They said, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolian. I'll teach you the words." Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say, "Brown." I say, "Brown." I say, "Yes." Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. And they said, "Well, you said this color was brown. What color is this?" So what? I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or But the words for horses by, of course, by sex, and then they have three because they have yellow.
Oh, yo.
So they're very important.
Doug, Jack, how you living, pimp?
About whether or not they reproduce.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? World peace. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Why not? Oh yeah, yeah. No, they can't stand me. But I do. Well, it's for awareness. I don't have another route to do this, so that's the way that I do it. So did I make a clip of you? Uh, Basically, if you build it, they will come. I've got a lot of different interests, and I know other people have similar interests. And when they come, I want them to have places to be able to speak about them. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data than any person in global history. Welcome, welcome. I have been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I feel that it's important to document history like a time capsule or a timeline. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, well, that's essentially what I do. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, I want to make your friends, your family independently wealthy if you're not already. I want you to be able to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Balmasonic Teninu, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to be able to help the less fortunate. I'm going to continue projects like that. I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like quantum computing, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think will be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Joe Rogan has met the direwolves. I do things because I want to help not just you, your friends, your family with your consent, but I want you to be able to live longer. When you were born, Jack, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy. But you may eventually may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It was really great. I don't want life to end. What's the next plan? Now, again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can. But you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Jack. What I'm essentially saying to you is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Well, yeah, it's stored on servers, so um, Generally, it's on Alphabet servers, it's on Meta servers, it's on Amazon servers, and then I have a personal archive of many terabytes that have archived a lot of this. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's basically a treasure trove, and when I go viral, people are gonna have like years of work to put into all of the accounts that I have. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And really, people are gonna basically go through it like an archaeological expedition, except instead of it being in the soil in the ground, it'll be on the internet in cyberspace. Sure, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Additionally, I have had very large contracts with Fortune 100 companies that have allowed me to have the financial independence that I need to do this. 3.5 years since the pandemic, 24 hours a day. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. Zero views. E- Exactly. You're 100% right. So you can understand why I do what I can to be able to promote myself, and I have to do it through a guerrilla tactic, such as creating clips of people on Kick and perhaps spamming people and perhaps following people. I do it not to hurt them. It doesn't necessarily hurt them at all. I do it for love of the world. I want the world to be a better place. And I want people to find out that we're not all that different, no matter where you are. If you're in Africa, if you're in Asia, if you're in Europe, if you're in Oceania, if you're in North America, South America, wherever you are, people can watch my stream and recognize that we're all not that different, that we all sleep, that we all eat, that we all laugh, that we all cry, that we all bathe, that we all dream, all of the things that a human does. And I'm essentially an example for society. Excellent, Jack. Thank you so much. And thank you for just being kind. But more than anything, I just want you to know that I'm here for you if you ever need anything to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world and just to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here for you, okay? Peace, man. Shout out to Jack for being nice.
Here's the latest. A flight to LA makes an emergency landing in Colorado after a passenger turns violent mid-air, and a major sex trafficking bust in Los Angeles ends with suspected gang members in handcuffs. LA City Council moves ahead with a plan that could put a homeless RV camp in Lake Balboa, and the Trump administration wants a stay in what's on display at the Smithsonian. We're going to check the 101 freeway next. Sunlight weather from KFI brought to you by Mattress Firm today in Metro LA and Orange County. Sunny with highs in the 70s and 80s. In the valleys, more sun, warmer. Temps in the 80s to mid 90s. IE and high desert hot with highs from the 90s to low 100s. It's going to crash on the 101 in Encino.
So the 101 westbound right at White Oak, they are clearing that from the middle lanes, but you still have delays from Van Nuys Boulevard. Then Woodland Hills, 101 south after DeSoto. Just got a report of a 3-car crash blocking the 3 right lanes. Silmar, 5 northbound Roxford, they're holding lanes. 2 on a break, trying to fill some potholes there. Culver City, 405 northbound before National Boulevard. That accident has moved over to the shoulder. And in Irvine, 5 southbound at the 133. Trying to clear a wreck from the right lane there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report sign, Jenny Hartman.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app, treating you your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
Widespread racism against the Asian American and Pacific Islanders is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out and put an end to this racism. Stop AAPI-Hate is a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the AAPI community across the United States. To report a hate incident or to learn more about what you can do to help, visit stopaapi.org now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up. Unless they don't,
in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. You can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. With your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the next Bill Handel show, are you being quiet fired? You might just be. I'll give you the 5 signs to watch for. Starting with #1, working for this company after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Bill Handel show. John Coogan Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And coming up after 2 o'clock, we're going to talk to Susan Shelley. She is a columnist for Southern California News Group, LA Daily News, Orange County Register, all the local suburban papers here. She's in the New York Post this week. She works for the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. Really smart, writes really entertaining columns. And she's got a story about Newsom's plan to redraw the congressional districts, so there's virtually no Republican representation for the state in Congress. Yeah. Let's just have fun. Yes. These things are going so. Well, look me at it close up in his face. She'll explain what the risks are coming up. Yeah, he's too low in his face. All right, we're going to tell you a story here. There's so many crazy people in the world, and I don't know if this guy's crazy or just really desperate, but his name is Gary Boyadze. If you're Van Nuys, even if you don't know his name, you're probably aware of him because he sets off bone-rattling alarms almost every day to get the police's attention. Let's play this story from, let me see, it's ABC 7 reporter Rob Hayes.
It's a block packed with humble visitor codes and one that is considerably not humble nor visitor. It sounds more like a train station. Through this block of P Street in Van Nuys into Screechy Street in Van Nuys.
Makes the windows rumble.
This neighbor didn't want a face show, but felt it was important to get the story out. Neighbors got frustrated. The blaring horn that shatters the silence here most afternoons for months.
He puts his alarm on, his house alarm, and has that running. And then he uses the horn. He blows it for, like 30 seconds. And then it'll stop, and in a few minutes he does it again. And it's over and over again.
This is the neighbor who likes to toot his own horn.
The following will show. It's loud, it's distinct.
Gary Boyadze says he has a long-running beef with LAPD's Van Nuys division. The loud siren is train horns. The train horns are his way, he says, of getting LAPD's attention.
I don't know how else to play it. That's what I'm saying.
Is that true to the neighbors? What do you do?
I'm crying out for help.
The people who live on the block and posted signs urging others to call the police when the horns are blaring. The neighbors say officers have told them they need to hear the noise themselves in order to cite Boyanzi.
I guess there's any stops, and by the time they get out here 40 minutes later, they can't do anything. They've been out here 3 days in a row.
And so the frustration grows. The folks around here wishing LAPD would literally grab this case by the horns. Now, we reached out to LAPD's Van Nuys division today several times and not gotten any answers. City Council member Imelda Padilla represents this neighborhood. Her staff today said they're unaware of the problem here in the world. Now you want from Van Nuys, Rob Hayes, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Yeah, Rob, this is... All right, frankly, again, we'll thanks for that. He says he needs help, but what does he say? Yeah, what does he say he needs help with? He just has a beef with LAPD. That's what he tells us. A long-standing beef goes back to 2013. Yeah, I'm not a psychologist, so I couldn't really analyze this guy. 12 years, he's been angry with LAPD, and how is Rothschild not asking a follow-up question to him? But come on, give me an answer, dude. I know, but he has a big, so he's a mental patient. He's a mental patient, and LAPD can't stand around, like have one guy stand around until the horn actually goes off. Really? And how come if everybody's recording the horns, you can't use that as the evidence? Good Lord. LAPD's got to do better than that. There's something called disturbing the peace. They do that for parties. Yeah, they can do something. What? See, this is what I'm saying. The LAPD is supposed to be the good guys, and increasingly, you find out, oh, they don't do anything, they can't do anything, they don't want to do anything, they just disappear, and then they say something ridiculous, like, well, we have to hear it ourselves. Then sit there and hear it yourself. Jeez. Have lunch in front of the house one day. Just do it for the neighborhood, right? Do it for the community. Have your coffee and donut break in front of the guy's house. You know, we're always at the mercy of the crazy people. One crazy people, there could be 100 people on the block. One crazy person, he gets to set the rules. And he's been angry at the cops for 12 years. No. And the police are full of it on that. Of course they can find a way to stop it. Somebody go in the house and grab his horn. Confiscate. It's a menace. All right. When we come back, Susan Shelley, columnist with Southern California News Group, New York Post, and she's got his son, Gavin Newsom, and his idea to redistrict nearly all the Republicans out of Congress from California. It sounds really fair, doesn't it? And he wants to do it, and Susan's going to explain why maybe it could blow up. We'll see. We've got Regina D'Agostino in for Deborah Mark live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
Air Scare. I'm Regina D'Agostino, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Breeze Airways flight bound for Los Angeles has been diverted in Colorado after an unruly passenger turned violent midair.
280 people with his on his awake bell, right?
That clip from ATC Audio captures the pilot telling controllers the man broke out of his restraints and was being held down by other passengers. He was allegedly using his belt as a weapon. Police met the plane on the ground and took him into custody. News brought to you by Seller's Advantage. A group of suspected gangsters have been arrested in LA in connection with a major sex trafficking case.
Federal authorities have arrested 6 suspected members of the South LA street gang during a raid of the notorious Figueroa corridor, which is known as a haven for sex workers and customers. According to an indictment, the suspects were acting as pimps for adults and minors in the area. Prosecutors say the 31-count indictment constitutes the first major takedown of a sex trafficking operation along the corridor. Eileen Gonzalez, KFI News.
LA City Council is moving ahead with a plan that could put a homeless RV camp in Lake Balboa.
A parking lot for commuters use LA Metro's G-Line busway would house 125 RVs used by homeless people. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez says she supports the idea but voted against it because she says there's not enough accountability, and city homeless programs.
So going back to 2023, we're still not getting a detailed report of the expenditures associated with Insight City.
The city council vote allows the city to negotiate a lease with LA Metro for the property on West Victory Boulevard for a park and schools. The city would also fund a new chain link fence, portable restroom, and security booth. Michael Monks, K5 News.
The Trump administration is looking to review exhibits at Smithsonian museums in Washington, D.C. ABC's Jay O'Brien reports the White House wants those exhibits to reflect President Trump's view of American history.
We don't know exactly what White House officials are going to look for. We know that this letter calls for the Smithsonian essentially to send them this laundry list of all the exhibitions they have, and the White House would, in theory, review that. But we don't know if it's going to result in real, tangible changes at the Smithsonian.
The Smithsonian will reportedly play a big role in next year's 250th anniversary, celebrating the nation's founding. In Juneau, Alaska, people are bracing for possible flooding as water spills past the Mendenhall Glacier. Normally, it holds back a basin filled with rain and snowmelt. Aaron Jacobs of the National Weather Service says the water is already topping basin walls.
But the Weather Service and the partners are watching this very closely, and any updates.
Governor Mike Dunleavy has issued a preemptive disaster declaration and evacuation advisories for local residents. President Trump says talks have been good with Ukrainian President Zelensky and European leaders before Friday's summit with Russia's president in Alaska.
The message coming out of it really is one of a united front going into this talks when Europe insisting alongside Ukraine that there must be security guarantees, that no Ukrainian territory can just be handed over to Vladimir Putin.
ABC's Patrick Revel reports Trump warned Putin to repeat severe consequences if Russia does not agree to stop its war in Ukraine. This morning, President Trump announced that George Strait, Michael Crawford, Sylvester Stallone, Gloria Gaynor, and Kiss are this year's Kennedy Center honorees. The president, who is chairman of the center, says he'll host the gala on December 22nd. Dublin weather for KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. Sunny with highs in the 70s and 80s in the valley. More sun, warmer, temps in the 80s and 90s. High desert, hot with highs all the way up to the hundreds. On Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, it's 86 degrees in Northridge, 80 in Laguna Woods, 72 in Santa Monica, 84 in Rancho Santa Margarita. KFI financial report, the Dow gained 464, S&P 500 put up 20, and NASDAQ gained 31. Right now, we're going to a wreck on the 101 in Woodland Hills.
101 southbound before you get to Winnetka Avenue. We've got that accident I told you about. Blocking the two middle lanes. It is stopped from Mulholland Drive. We've got spectators slowing on the 101 northbound. You're going to see delays there, starting right around, I'd say, at least Ventura Boulevard. Simi Valley, 118 westbound before 1st Street. Got that wreck cleared to the shoulder. In South LA on the 110 northbound before you get to Adams Boulevard. New accident being cleared to the shoulder there. Santa Ana, 5 southbound of Main Street. We had a stall. They've cleared it from the lane. Still going to be slow, though, from the 22. In Irvine on the 5 southbound, right at the 133. They're getting that accident moved over to the shoulder. Glendora, 210 eastbound Lone Hill Avenue. New wreck making its way to the shoulder there. And in Rancho Cucamonga, 210 eastbound before Milliken Avenue. We've got a new accident. The 2 left lanes are going to be blocked. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. 310-299-9960.
And this was out of step with a lot of medieval world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. But remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, sure, And there is cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, version meant open doors to the new society in which man entered. So here the idea of the purity of the blood meant that you had one group of societal members based on their descent, on their ancestry, and another group who belonged to the same faith, but who have a different ancestry and therefore were somehow legally shunted aside. So that's something we see in the Visigothic era possibly, but we certainly see it in the Inquisition era. One last thing. One of the brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Rabbi, who wrote this massive 3-volume work, early work, really delving into the massive bureaucratic text called The Destruction of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era, and I thought, come on, please, that's like history backwards, and I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, you know what, there really is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust, specifically the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we do not see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic area. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic law codes. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that was only mature in its darkest form in the 20th century, but nevertheless I think it's being contemplated. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula. You can see in this map here coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, we're definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to the peninsula, as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive development. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths, and it's entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution they experienced under the Visigoths. Okay, let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, and it's a fascinating discussion. Be sure to speak with you again. Thanks very much for watching.
Why do you think that?
Well, because the voters, for all that they're so blue in California, for all that everybody thinks, oh, we only do whatever the Democrats tell us to do. If you look at a number of different initiatives, the voters have said we can't stand you guys. And we've said it a number of times, not only with the citizen redistricting, but the top two primaries. They threw out the idea of party primaries. And it's not very much we will pick the candidates with this top two system where the people who get the most votes, everybody's on the same ballot in the primary, and whoever gets the most votes
Let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history would unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomena that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is, I'm really happy that I can use the word prolegomena. I think it sounds so good, but really just basically it's like kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Muslim lands. Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the events that we'll speak about when we get to the discussion of Allah. There's the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish Muslim history, at least in the past. Let's look at another high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars on the relationship of Jews to Muslims is Abraham Geiger, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the reform called liberal in Germany. But what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Muhammad aus dem Juden aufgenommen? What did Muhammad take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It's a very important, influential text, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeks out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier, that you see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Jewish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Dohani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion-bulb look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well. Even Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this amazing synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krauss of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic cinematography, status quo movement, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there as long as the pandemic subsides. Then I'll be dealing with an amazing institution called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Kibo is bringing together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself, School Victor, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. My part will be here in October, so if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is the context of something which is called the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Betz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we spoke about in these classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Betz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Grant's among the kind of like many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provided, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow. It's so much worse in Christian lands, isn't it? This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to, the Renaissance, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism, and creating these wonderful literary works. And the implication was, Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews had only brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious slur against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, the Juden sind the Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea of looking at the Muslim period as an ideal one is something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th, especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians against the 20th century. And here we see the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record and the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the Zionism and the growing integration of Israel to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations with Israel and as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning to break through their national realism, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100 years earlier and was now catching up in the Middle East. And we began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration throughout Israel. So many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says that Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly accurate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in the Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence and punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore in the course of this semester. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking of words, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate, even way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Mark Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that we would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest historians of this period on this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. There are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience of these two areas. Let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish sympathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the church fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter of religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of socioeconomic structures. In Europe, we have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods of the 13th century, and the king is very powerful at other periods. Sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis the Jews do not coincide with the church's interests, and depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can hold the Jews in one direction or another. Nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews cannot find themselves moving in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, propensity for expelling Jews does not exist in the same way. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusions from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. This does not necessarily pertain to Muslim lands. Fourth, there is a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, we begin to see the gradual expansion of what I'd like to call ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early medieval periods really speak about nationalism, which is essentially modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands. And this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, they don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional identity. You have much more of an Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included in that model than they would be in the European model. These are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The golden age of Spain really was a bit of an age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period. I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it shortly. Nevertheless, placed within a larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the relative experience realms of Jewish history. Wow, so much talking. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam.
They have 4, 5, 6 parties that are active and vital. Some countries have dozens of parties. Here in California, it's one. And it's run by the far left extreme that most of the general public doesn't agree with. Prop 36 was a great example. 68% said no.
Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period. And there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to the figure of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. But nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we get to Josephus, who sees about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the 1st century. This is entirely plausible because when we look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, the region that we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Himyah, which is fascinating. Footnote history. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we had a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hijaz, which is, as we can look at and see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agriculture, the output, and there are numerous noted Jewish communities that are shown here on this map with the solid dots. We should point out in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, which will of course be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew sounding term, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims in this period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews, to be sure, and with Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the prayer multiple times a day, the dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians. And Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's early encounters with Jews were positive. In fact, it was probably more accurate to characterize his relationship with Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have, that come from three biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes, in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity, it's like a people, and also is a culture that involves certain modalities of dress, certain patterns of economic activity, and of course a language. And the Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior, much like today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dressed in the Arabian Peninsula. I mean, they call it simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. Then you can easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis. I think there are many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes betrayals, and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took two wives from Jewish captives who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence which followed an alliance which was betrayed was the location of Khaybar. In fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his work on the history of Jews and Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he shouted at his trial, "Jews remember Khaybar." It's actually very large in their thinking with regards to the understanding of their relationships with the modern world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I've only sketched in very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in the notes, you get into great detail about what happened to him and what precipitated certain violent episodes. I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies at many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of the continent. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically. Those are things that we're going to see in two very important documents, one which we're going to discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Act of Umayyah. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gill, who's one of the well-known historians of the period, it basically devotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of improving their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the Constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, Jews, you will have a level of protection, you will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that but at the same time, the Constitution also extends to them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant on all of this is that the Jews may not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical development. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video as we talk about the practice of Umar and what it means for Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
The city of LA is badly mismanaged because we have an idiot as mayor. And we have majority idiots on the city council, a super majority.
Look at this, it's living. It's really impressive. Coffee.
And there's certain services that are necessary, such as paved roads and paved
The Act of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and every time. A lot of variations from the pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inclinations of a particular ruler or a particular time and place. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the location that Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands, and really contributed quite a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second caliph, who reigned between the years of 634 and 644. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the caliph known as Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars note that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for our purposes is that at least from the early 9th century onward, this document both defines and regulates Dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society, which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book includes the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well. And in certain contexts, it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Makhdumar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Makhdumar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is, Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew, they could only be repaired. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed in breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for exchange of but nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which is frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim laws. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades.
This shit sucks.
The act also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity than Jewish activity, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Makhdumar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of constrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that and very pleased to accept it in the sense that Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, Jews were not allowed to bear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set them apart from Muslims. Again, quite often these practices were simply ignored or arrived out of existence. Jews could not ride with saddles, they had to use bareback. Whether or not these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, the Dhimma, nevertheless they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, so on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, the jizya, but also in maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited in Islam. And then there were, things like they could not build their houses taller than Muslim houses. The same would apply to their religious structures as well. So it was kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims were the dominant population,
We left the giant land, and now the whole WCW is going to blow our people. He was crying. WCW crybaby wrestlers in war games with the WCW's finest, the so-called establishment of the WCW. In the cage with us, brother. Sting will be stung. All my little stingers. Just as Luger will be hard. Flair won't even be there. It's really profiling. You shouldn't write that. Yarn won't be hard anymore. Because the NWO will take care of all the NWO business on the day. It's just gonna change times, man. When we get you in the cage, brothers, we're gonna bring you up to speed. Just like my two friends from the DLC. I know what works there. You gotta take what you want. You gotta bond together for business reasons only. It made me cry a little bit. But it was real weak. I mean, to see you guys out there appeasing each other, talking about what you've been through together, about the old days in the WCW. You know what? Times have changed. What you gonna do in war games when the NWO destroys you? Anything less will be civilized.
Fascinating history of
The preceding announcement has been paid for.
an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known.
Welcome. How are you? What's good, Ank? Anky. Can you hear me, big dog? Anky. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Anky. Hello. How's your day going? Do you speak? Anky. Pimp. What's good, baby? Anky. 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 Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo. If you're trying to talk, nobody can hear you. What's up, pimp? How are you? Dog. What's good, son? What's good in the hood, baby? Can you hear me? Do you speak English? Yo, baby, what's good, man? Are you speaking to me and I'm not hearing you? All right, well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoy. I'm going to sing the Eagles later. You know who the Eagles are? Do you know who Diana Ross is? Bet you don't even know who the Supremes are. Bet you're not even subscribed to the Supremes on YouTube.
The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa up into Spain and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe.
I don't even think I'm subscribed to the Supremes on YouTube, so don't feel badly about it. Are you just here to chill? That's tight. I'm watching Jewish history lectures and podcasts on Genghis Khan. Genghis.
So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa.
I'm also slanging dick like it's going out of style, but everybody knows that.
Particularly in the Muslim world, so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia. That's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century, and then later on we'll get to the spring semester. Hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the south, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. And most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however, and so it's better for us to treat them later on in the semester, a little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time. South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, so I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for that. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we already discussed. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also get to the spring semester.
Yo,
Not to say,
what up, B. Alexander? How you living, pimp? Excellent to hear, my friend.
Regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed the so-called Falasha or Israel, which was
Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front.
One of the most
Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front. Lady in the back who went to the front.
Especially well associated with the Beta Israel, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read, and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand, and that is the misapplication of the so-called mythic event. The story, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century, where Noah, after successfully braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep.
I just got asked about somebody. Okay, I'm not gonna say who. So a guy I know.
Find him drunk and passed out like this.
I just got asked about somebody. Okay, I'm not gonna say who. And I was so the guy I know brought up somebody else who's had accusations. Okay, and I was like, oh yeah, you know about that? He was like, yeah.
Finds out what happened.
He seemed like a great guy. And I go,
and the reason which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Tom's son.
They're just like a
and this curse will much of Western history has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlements of Africa. Kind of a fanciful association. The word Ham in Hebrew means hot. It's related to the word, one of the words for sun. And the medieval argument is that Africans
1892
darker skin because of their exposure on the equator to sunlight and so on. So there's this called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look at Dr. Perfect's work, drops down a little more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said, there's no way some Africans could have built this.
Yo, what up, babe?
It must be that there were Semites somehow involved, because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites, who may have come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations, and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this Hamitic myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves, who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin. Perhaps the most famous of which is Olaudah Equiana of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and is served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason. Now, one last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which will give us a first look at real Jewish history in Africa. We should understand that there are many different populations that use the words Black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So let me just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa, and specifically we're going to look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked to the populations that I'm going to discuss here. There are movements in America that call themselves Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, sometimes with a bit of animus to people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews have supplanted the true identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and they have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which is absolutely fascinating. Thank you for watching this video.
We're not getting an accounting for how much each facility and what the services that are being provided. We're not getting a detailed accounting, and this goes back to 2023.
Parking lot on West Victory Boulevard in Lake Balboa is owned by LA Metro. The city council has voted to start these talks with Metro.
The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I used to by studying the history of Jews in the Middle East or Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how it's actually very similar. I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical, or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly after this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century. They were like the really amazing story. I'm going to have to read that chapter of it quite a bit. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia, specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, they simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating way, and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there was the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan. Much of the story recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others. And so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia Bartanura, also known as Bartanura, or simply Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. Much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David and Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married. Could they buy her out of slavery? And was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. So Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. And as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion about where did they come from? How do we get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into the any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews from Israel. According to the Keber Agast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty comes from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew Scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia, across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon, who was named Menelik. He formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So, ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that may account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel, who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era and made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Shimyar. You'll recall we spoke about that a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century, and they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Shimyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat what that word actually means. Living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Judith, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions. Still very strongly represented in martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Israel, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians, who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Aigud, pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Aigud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beta Israel, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel, which designated that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call it that either. Now, the term falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Israel during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral landholding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haymanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. That's the synagogue that I play but the rest when we look at the practices, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we described in great detail in the past with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmud teachings. Karaite is interesting, as I'm going to discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks. Is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so you don't see them as Karaite either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews are in the martyrdom, both their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like then? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice, the role of the Kohen, extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlay for understanding of what's happening to equality. We also have strict dietary laws. We're talking about the menstrual separation, which is similar to the law of Buddha. This is something that how they preserve the past aspect, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before our time. But they don't have Palestine, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the time. It's might be a nice place for philosophy and its origin to be in the field of evil, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Samaria or others, and be absorbed to count as perfectly true. It's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not monotheistic Jews. They have, for example, an emphasis, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of the monks. They have incredibly heavy reliance on the text created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Injil, which is related to the Waraita and Torah, the Aramaic scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity, and also the Jews. And it is basically of text, probably open text, and the roles of the religious text. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which is not similar to what's going on in the rest of the Jewish. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debate over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that in a later lecture. But I will note at this point that great scholars like Rabbi will say, and the rabbi of Israel and the most well-known 20th century rabbis agreed with the Rothschild that they are Jewish origin, and that has really paved the way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. One of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews is that when we research for this lecture, they have an incredible learning design that we don't see for other countries. In 1855, however, they arrived
a few years ago, the presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. They're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone's ever executed for it. But they never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the 4 directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzle me that in my watching, I remember one day they were a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were up there gelding them with these stallions. They don't get to be stallions, but one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only because about 1 or 2 girls, going 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it, not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. And they all kind of turned to teach it away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins to his horse. He couldn't get down. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the chair and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. How on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. No. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for annual races, like this boy had been doing. He was off in an area right close to the forest, mountain area, and the horse bolted. Took off to the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks. And he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was a summertime, the nights were quite cold. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Cole, and he tells the story about mental toughness. That the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. Sort of like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also, I read, used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because they can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things. In some areas, there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the Great Steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's, to this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy, they were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
It's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. And breaking down units using the decimal system, 10 and 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system, so the smallest unit of the army was the Alft, the 10 squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for them. The army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But so all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew, and sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
A complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products, otto it's called, with a dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center, his moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually didn't have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikihuto, for example, the supreme judge, he was command one time of a group in a battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already, the horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tangut territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time in your life seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolian steppe where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. We've got moving water, we've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangut city. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we could improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way, in a better way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology. I don't understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way, and he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration of the war creates a more and more powerful army.
And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we can go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for one day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is later at the time of the death of Abu Dhabi, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds, does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the feigned retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory.
After some
That was the
AI
one thing.
generations,
So
I really
to
like the
retreat,
cheese now.
to save lives, no, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigeruto, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against an enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow them. You want to run after them.
you can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the feigned retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking in, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Rothschild, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first as a common soldier. And of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I tried to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle as well. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot. It could be hammering out a metal plate. It could be weaving carpets. It could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away, and all. So forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I'd say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson who he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, He had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him, and did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, "You have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this. But your son is no more." And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached, which is peace is offered.
Welcome. Didn't want to talk to you anyway.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective with the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of
1894, bitch.
The number itself
The
was
West
difficult
Side.
with millions
The
of people
West Side. 1894, bitch.
It's a total loss. It doesn't matter.
Dude, that's so many people. That's like,
And there was tremendous loss of life.
that's like more than 1893. Well, it's not as much as 1895. Oh, that's the best. 1890. Wait, no, 1892, not 1894. Wait, how many do I have? 1894, bitch. That's big time. No face TV. Hates me. I would hate me a bit. Oh, this is the worst. This is the worst person ever.
Every day.
Really?
It's always in the name of something.
I would be like,
Peace, or in the name of
in the
God,
history of
or in the name
humankind,
of our nation.
there has never been a worse person
And the United
to ever
States is
get on the
certainly
internet than this
involved
motherfucker.
with that. Supplying
Hit me
weapons
with
from
it,
all
baby.
people, invading
Hit me
Afghanistan,
with it.
invading, fighting
Santa Claus
Iraq,
machines.
fighting in
Santa
Syria.
Claus machines.
The United States is very involved.
Santa
It's always,
Claus
oh, but we're defending
machines.
democracy. And, yeah, we
Santa
brought a
Claus
hell of a lot of
machines.
democracy to Afghanistan.
Santa Claus
We
machines.
killed a lot of people.
I love
And even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy. And
oh, that is so fucking funny.
we threw the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those are not military targets. We were not doing
They're
anything
just trying to
strategic
have a normal
against the
conversation, and
country
I'm
other
like,
than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us.
yo, Ocean
My
Agreement.
father fought in
Yeah.
that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam. He fought that war. And he fought in Korea.
At least.
And he was a good American. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. that. We, especially barbarian people from the steppes, for example, we tend to demonize them, or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So, one, it's just the very nature of war. War is hell. And sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, what happened? We went to war. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia.
Welcome.
We bombed Laos.
How you doing, OmniDuck?
We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting.
Excellent. I hope you had a great day.
I'm not a pacifist. I am not.
Thanks.
I'm
Thanks,
not a
baby.
pacifist, but I am trying to be a realist that all nations kill. It happens.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest. And in some human way, were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones, it can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms, push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center of it in the Ukraine. They shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more to what we call Russia now, and they began the process of unification and had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arise out of the destruction. Also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed from their own
as you mentioned, it sits alongside heroin, ecstasy, LSD, to a less dangerous schedule 3 substance, which includes drugs like Tylenol, codeine, and anabolic steroids. It's not the same thing as legalizing it, but would make it easier for scientists to study the drug's therapeutic uses, reduce some of the criminal penalties for those convicted of marijuana violations, and really start aligning the federal policy with that of a really long list of states. Now, if President Trump followed through on this, it would mark a major shift in drug policy that would automatically lead to the release of individuals currently incarcerated for marijuana offenses, expunge their records. Keep in mind, even though we've seen 6,000 marijuana-related arrests every year, most individuals incarcerated for marijuana offenses are still held under state, not federal law. So I feel like there's been a shift in how we approach marijuana in the past few decades. Recreational marijuana is now allowed in 2 dozen states. So is reclassification the first step in it being legal nationwide? Yeah, it is true, Nancy. I mean, with recreational use of marijuana legalized, as you mentioned, not only in 24 states, but also DC, there's another 7 states that have decriminalized its use, meaning they've removed criminal penalties for possessing and using small amounts. Plus, 40 states allow medical use of cannabis products. It's a big shift. A Trump administration marijuana reclassification will legalize the drug. It could spur even change, especially in those red state holdouts where marijuana remains strictly illegal. And just yesterday, Indiana Governor Mike Braun said the president's move to consider reclassifying could add a little more fuel to the fire for marijuana legalization and its movement in the state, which is becoming really the exception, not the rule when it comes to weed prohibition. Other states like Nebraska, Wyoming, and Idaho, the drug is outlawed. Now, in terms of a timeline on this, President Trump, you heard him there, he said his administration would make a determination over the next few weeks on reclassification.
That permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest in the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topics a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steel man.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right.
Damn, bitch.
But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well. Yes. All the different kinds of people that came from this stuff.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they're victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered, yes, there were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace, and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should we? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, hearts and minds with vision, but also have the skill to execute it and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things.
That's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. If we could look at some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. From religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history and some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not of the Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who live in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we had mentioned before, the Diamond King, Taiyang Han. His son Kutsum had fled. No good, worthless, Ketwell son, but Kutsum had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan, and they ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian, the Diamond had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kutsuk from power. Kutsuk fled down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So up to this point, it's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized, quote unquote, people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they were fighting over religion. And so he made the law. Now, this was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have.
one of the most
His law
fascinating
was not
periods,
that.
I think,
It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really powerful statement.
Yes.
That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. I mean, that religious freedom, yes, in the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom. Period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want,
this topic,
that's I mean, that is like one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this
This
because
scavenger hunt for being like 25 fucking days or whatever it is, not worth 30 grand. These people are just dumb. They're probably spending $1,000 every day that they're there.
Wife was kidnapped.
Really?
He knew that was a crime against him.
Maybe a little less. They're spending like
every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological
$100
reasons,
on a
but practical
hotel,
reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people.
food,
It was the same with religion.
transportation.
He gave this right to
So they're
everybody
spending like, I don't know,
because it was going to be
is it a week,
every
7
personal
grand to
right
make
keep
30?
them happy.
But it's the 30 is like a
And
1 in
it gave him tremendous support from minorities
100
of many
chance or something?
until they flocked to him. Minorities
I
after
would just
that,
sit there and
this
beat
was a
off.
minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs.
Why?
Come to him. Many people
Why not?
flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
This is the worst.
That religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they created stable
Dude,
society.
1894 though, that's good.
And with a small army to administer a large empire.
Dude, that's
Also,
like
I will say on a more practical, political
a shit ton,
he
son.
recognized the power of having a balance of power, like the Shiite and Sunni. That both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, well,
coexistence
that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. And it's a kind of fragmentation he's taking advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. He given every religion a right. The only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucius. So what did they do? The powers can do magic on the earth and they can give people magic formulas and
Calm down, bro.
they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expect all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He
You think she's gonna let you join her fucking thing?
all times.
Well,
Confucianists were not necessarily
fuck you,
pleasant.
bitch.
But then, of course, eventually that was abused so much because the religions were then asking everybody to donate property. You can still use it. You can still farm your land, but it's ours. And now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. So, got abused. But it started off as a good idea.
It's not clear at all.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. He never chose any religion.
I love this guy.
Came, I guess, can you describe what they believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, we said after the ceremony described the slaughter that followed that. He went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts of things, some came from China who God despised, but he came with all of his magic formulas for food, and then a bunch of various Muslims. He was exploring all these different religions, not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures for these people. in public debates.
Thanks, baby.
Discussion among groups of people who hated each other.
Ace in the kitchen.
And suddenly this powerful man
Ace in the
and he
kitchen.
has to say, okay, well, explain your religion.
Ace in the
yours.
kitchen.
And even if sometimes you can't
Ace
just
in the
explain it in terms of your
kitchen.
own scripture. What do you
Ace
say
in
to
the
people who believe in
kitchen.
it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist. We would say it's Europe. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Khan was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top. He would pray. He would take off his hat. He would take off his belt. He would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, actually, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go and pray to reunite these people. So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, the Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, and you have to know them personally. And pray to them, know what they like and don't like. Should you say to them, or should you offer some products, or what do you do? You get to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China, they didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus, his work, his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. And so, or Mongolish tinker in the case of the eternal sky. I'm talking about the religious term, the eternal sky. So, more universalistic. This animist vision of the world. So that the sky was always and all people were trying to attain the same light, with the same form of God, life, and guidance from the stars. So each person, morality, each person communicates with the morality themselves. When somebody goes and just one of these principal concepts. You can go into all of the Christians and Jews and Muslims. But you people have your scriptures. We have our spiritual
That's the hardest of us. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to all these things, because he did both a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society, and there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about these implemented in a state.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, different Mongol, and the Uyghur, even, were administered by his daughters primarily. And then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily in our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water and also about not using water. That you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think the Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land.
By the way, the same thing
This lasted, Kublai Khan was the one who changed that, actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and improvement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or the Democrat, the modern sense, or environmentalist, or feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out.
But always subordinate to
in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan already. You know, this is Gudai Khan, his son.
And so there was
happy boundaries Gudai Khan, his army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say. Subadai, person who's up to that, was Genghis Khan. It was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. But maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it.
His
Kiev
son,
was
who
destroyed
succeeded him, was
for killing a
unable to
Mongol
live up
envoy.
to
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy.
And there was literally
And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way,
Exactly.
and that sends a signal to everybody else. If you send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of everybody, when in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. That's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved. So he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating, and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high, and this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low, and all of a sudden he raises them up above scholars. They got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time
Jews were getting
whatever the
more and
national
more
tax
rights.
is, that's it. They're
Germany
not
was
taxed
not
every
yet
time they stop
unified,
in
and
some
so
new
there
town.
was
And he created a set of
how Jews should be
what we
treated.
would call
There
rest
was also
houses
that
or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses,
disabilities, and then
they could get
slammed
food,
them back down
they
again.
could deposit
So
their
Jews
money
in Germany were trying
and get
very
paper
hard
receipts that could be
to
used
make
anywhere
the
in the
case that
empire.
they should be emancipated as
They were
well,
guaranteed
granted equal
protection.
rights,
If they had to
equal
pass
access
through an
to
area where it
colleges
might be
and
dangerous,
universities,
then
equal access to
a
professions,
small
things
group,
like
a
that.
squad of men, and
One of the things
horses
that
would go
is
with
part
them.
of their overall
So
intellectual
trade was
strategy
extremely important.
look
And then
at
the Mongols,
Spain from the
they
10th
also
to 12th century.
they supported
Look
trade in a
at
very
what
odd way.
happens when
And that is, the
society
merchants would come in and they would
gives
ask for an
its Jews more freedom.
outrageous price
Those
for some
Jews
goods,
suddenly are able to
much
make
more than they
phenomenal
should get,
contributions
waiting for the
back
Mongols to
to the
bargain them down.
society. They're able to express
And the
themselves
Mongols would say,
culturally. They're
I'll give you much more
express
than that.
themselves in literature,
Which
in
is-
science, in
and
diplomacy,
his
in
grandson or his son,
military arts.
Akutihak was once
All kinds
asked,
of areas
why do you
where,
do that? You got to
Jews
stop
are
doing that. This was a Muslim
resource
financial
that are going
advisor.
to waste
He called him
because
and told him,
of
well, you've got to stop paying
these
more than people
artificial
ask.
political
And then
disabilities that are placed
Okutih
on
said,
them. So
where's the
by sort
money
of
going to go?
elevating the Spanish
It's still in my
Golden Age
empire. It's going to come back
noble
eventually.
Sephardic
You know,
ideal,
and so they had a much
19th
different
century
attitude with
historians
great
really
respect.
tried
And
to
I think
create
a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years. But the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between East and West. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas. Whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout
In the previous
and
video, we
constantly
talked a little bit
circulating.
about the structural features that
Can you speak
made
to that
the
aspect of
Golden
it?
Age so
Yes.
golden.
There was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information. Everything was being exchanged. Even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered that little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so, they were very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals.
Portable
It's like the Mongols have a school system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can estimate how many animals they have, and they can say, oh, what horse is on it? That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be five cows count as 4 horses, 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduce it all down like that. The Mongols everything. That's one of the first things that they started. That was one of the advantages is a complete census of people, and every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, they took the Eastern scholars, and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to but they became the financial advisors to them. Some people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. Himself had a genius for combining new technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit, which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something such as print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks, religious things, and then sometimes in warfare it was used for kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. This is at the time of Kublai Khan or the grandson. So they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers that could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side. And we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower, and we're going to use gunpowder from China. We've got a cannon. So the Mongols, early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, were not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter, his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannons and even something like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it could fire very small ballistic rods. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little bit on the topic of the cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson, Kublai Khan, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. But by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to grow. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms. It's hard for horses to get to the farms. They don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid. The bows are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing is, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as a Great Wall, which is really the Big Wall, or the Big Dutch. But the Great Wall of the Sea. And they used it as a defensive navy. They had the largest navy in the world. It was defensive. And it was literally defensive. When it came time for warfare, they would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so it became a wall.
So actually, if we were Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. But at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or we used to call the Southern Song. He had already conquered the Xixia kingdom of the Tengu people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then he conquered Middle. Later, his descendants conquered Middle, and then Kublai Khan was the one to take on the South. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing. And he was nobody. he was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They're conquering Russia. They've already burned down Kiev and conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, he doesn't meet, Genghis Khan was about 7 years old, because Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back, and he met him, and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Solastani, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Lurkin people, whom he conquered sometime earlier. And it looks like his mother's people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, very bright red cheeks, and have a certain very round face and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mongkhan, later Mongkhan, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died out on campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. This wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen, because he's the fourth son out of three. Others way in line, way along ahead of her. But she calls the revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Mongkhan, 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived to 1259. He died of something, kind of cholera, or the different stories that I don't know the truth of it. But he died of campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguished himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff. The older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout. He needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people. Orianda, who was the son of Subadai, the great general, he assigned him to teach him warfare. He wasn't great on the battlefield. He really was not. But he was very smart. And at first a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting, as long as he had been with it to the shooting, and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain. She said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. But everybody was terrified of the mother. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to do it. But when his brother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River on a campaign that he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Arifbok was another hothead Mongol like their father, Tolu. He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions, he was had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists, because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists, and so he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representative to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new Great Khan. So he was declared the Great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than talking to people. So his wife Chabi sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new
King
emperor. You
David's
are the next son.
poetry in the Bible.
after
In fact, he refers to himself, Shmuel Anakit, to himself
Somehow
as
she invigorated him.
the David
And he
of
came
his
back, and even
age.
though he didn't have all the military
But at the
strategy,
same time,
he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported Alipur. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Alipur. And so he went to get food from them, and then they didn't want to give up their food. Yeah, we want to support you for Khan, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262, and then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264. Well, a legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. So Kublai Khan not really distinguished himself very much. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did. And he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did.
Jewish culture. And then you will have
so the great thing left that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So
rarely have
Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protected. So he had one of his very smart generals named Archibald. He was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think in innovative ways. Usually, he was on Subadai, and he went with his father to the on the conquest. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to go to the Davian. The Davian moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole war of elephants. The Mongols on one side of the river, and the Davian forces on the other side. Huayang was a smart man. Not a genius, was smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on boats. They wanted to do something like this. The boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman who was a floating cart. I am not going to hold a floating cart. I'm going to ride the goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Davian cannot escape when we rout the elephants. Well, the war battle got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They don't want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's cars? It's just not, point. So they go and join the battle, they leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Davian forces got on the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city. And they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Achu was the son of Hankadai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats. And so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around the city. The crucial thing he saw was that cities are heavily fortified on the land side. The invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect the water, and so the city walls are weak. The defenses are weak.
Do not spam, do not promote. Why not? You should put an explanation. Why? Why not?
So, Mason over engineers to build, especially so complicated.
Exactly right.
And they had to play around with it to adapt it to a bowl because they were usually made for stable ground. And they adapted it for throwing heavy things and also for some bombs. They developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. It fell. They had something that was working their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy. And the army was moved in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on the ship, but it's we call it turkey shape.
This is an engineering solution for people who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's not it's
No
no longer
self-promo.
one card. It's a bow and
Dog,
arrow.
why not?
It's a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So then they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side, where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, but now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, they've had child labor, they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child
Yeah.
command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. We're fighting against the Dark Dynasty.
Two times the man.
Most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I said
Fuck yeah,
there was
do
a
it.
great logic. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until there are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. And because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Hangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint or I don't know what scholars do. They were being scholars, yes. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China where they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. And they didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us going to Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are based mainly great on the river and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. You might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were more in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed.
I should say that this is the time of the samurai. So there was never a real test of like
there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of life. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just crazy. It was crazy. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. They're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was a unknown territory to them. And the weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ship?
They had some skirmishes or small battles on land.
But they didn't successfully defeat them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. There were many tactical. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands. But he crossed the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fate in Japan.
And to be fair,
He won in a certain way. He lost, but he won his objective of cutting off southern China.
He did write this
Also, it gave him
which is indicative
maybe some experience with the ocean. Now they were ready to move out into the ocean around
he
southern
was
China.
also a medical doctor.
So they were closing in.
Something that he didn't really intend to do. But
Haji was in command, but actually the head commander of the Bayern. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over command of the army, he was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command. But Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south zone right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols getting paid. Generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing. They even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady. She had no children. Xie was her name. The Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you devote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no, I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick, it took her a longer time, to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are ruling. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. I mean, how do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So, Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore. I still think it was the new airport on Lantau Island. And so they went there and they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong then anyway. At the delta of the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you. Are you going to stop it? Build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals,
the general
army, and the navy.
And that was a real competence issue.
Yes.
Okay. So we're
going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chained together the boats across the entrance to the harbor, and they put the palace boat, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. So Mongols arrived, and over and over and over they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off for the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Bing was his name. With his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life, was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity, but the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout their history, the coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and held him, the 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. And jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer is a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. Empress Xi.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale, and the army weakened, the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true enough. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way he told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of reviewing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story in some kind like maintained honor to the last moment.
Very often, most scholars depict Emperor Xi as a traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed young Ming.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sagade, second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongol
The sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. But they're so far away.
Yeah.
But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. Different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send a queen or princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate, to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, they only had about 1 year left to live. And they wanted to get their riches out before. They didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation. And they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there had been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time. And he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think, again, he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army that now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So what's he going to do? They're not reliable. They're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, what's down the Russian Far East. Or we call Siberian English, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. It was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River when it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have any. And part of the reason is the British was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing right. Just didn't work in so left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built up there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the pole. They call it QL, the center. He had the center in command. No, he's in the two. They'll argue with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other.
I need you that once told me wrong because he's a friend of mine. Take it easy. Take it easy.
They lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. The sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been.
Well, I've been running down the road trying to loosen my load. I got 7 women on my mind. 4 that want to owe me, 2 that want to sell me, 1 says she's a friend of mine. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. You know, but you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just make a face to make your stand and take it easy. Well, I'm standing on a corner of Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I'm gonna know your things. Don't say.
That was so sick. But his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And first he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over, we're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China, bring your goods, we're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had the connection to Somalia, and some people said Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure. Very wide, very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, although actually the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there. And from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
How do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letter.
Over time, those groups they were allowed to intermarry. Chinese were not.
Sparks fly from a fingertip. Echo voices in the night. She's a restless beauty on a cloudless sky. Ooh, witchy woman, see how high she flies. Ooh, witchy woman, she got the moon in her eyes.
Now famous explorer, traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed in the
Held me spellbound late night, dancing shadows and firelight. Now isn't half the silver spoon. She's a man.
I find him very reliable. In areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things. Because with something like the Princess Hukjit and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized. You have to always discount it, but he's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, the million, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe that happened. He didn't publish his
like
play
the
as
way
a book,
they sparkle.
so people wouldn't really think. But it was an ironic look
Your
at capitalism,
skin so
which is the 20th century
brown,
versus the idea of what
and I want to
philosopher
sleep with you in the desert tonight,
so Marco Polo
with a million stars all around. Cause I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down, cause I'm already standing on the ground.
And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people
I
are dangerous.
found out a long time ago what a woman do to your soul.
He tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering.
No, she can't take you anyway.
And he said, Marco Polo has been in our
I
land.
don't already know how to go.
He has seen
And
everything.
I got a peaceful, easy
For me, this was such an
feeling.
important moment in the history of the world.
And I know you won't let me down, cause I'm already standing
But I am it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. But today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West, and one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding,
I totally know.
Ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic because for me it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more in China because it was about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese or complete for anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one is the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. It's quite possible. But this is an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. There are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even though the members of the own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand it wrongly or incorrectly, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO, and they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Genghis Khan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River. They weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. The Mongols had left the Greek word for empire for Russia. That's something Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true. Was just a hide hand. Yum is the word that was used for this postal system. That's Russia, many other things by Russia. Monchin is a murder. Wow, it's a person, it's an animal, and Jin is a person to fix it. There's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to there's always a great powerful strand of
she's all
research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols. And I depend on this tremendous. Not just Goliath is one of the famous ones, one he was authentic with his own views and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols had become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So you had two emperors, back. Okay, let them work it out, And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that sometimes works out good. Anyway, but this great system that united, it's called the Yam or Tol, and it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, and it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from this system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1360. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed.
I heard some people talking just the other day.
Afghanistan, the Hazara people.
And then they said you were gonna put me on the shelf.
Russia, some of them stayed.
But let me tell you, I got some news for you. Then you soon find out it's true. Then you have to eat your lunch all by yourself. We are already gone. And I'm feeling strong. I will sing this victory song. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo-hoo. Every person wants to roll me. Maybe stop and wonder why. Never have to act like you have to do things right. Just remember this, my girl. When you look up in the sky, you can see the stars, but still not see the light. That's right. Mm-hmm.
So, just to return to Genghis Khan.
Oh, that's right.
We talked about Dan Carlin, and Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history.
What? Finger work with his hand motion.
Before rifles
Look at
came
this
into
move.
popular use, Genghis
Look at this
Khan
athleticism.
basically beat every single army,
Dog.
including Napoleon. And you mentioned samurai.
Look at this athletic. Folks, I don't think I can put it into words how athletic.
Several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what they would do. So, the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Well, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is First, you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two years in advance, clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have shot them all, we're going to go in, we're conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The very real and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe.
Is this thing still playing?
It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam. Or
Goon, it's Goon.
Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country, we've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt.
Technological wizard.
In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare and American
folks.
So we still
Look at this
we don't
athleticism.
want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to make democracy, we're going to free the women. What? It was absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. And we just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was the American strategy. Yeah, Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in
This
hell.
motherfucker might be one of the most athletic motherfuckers we've ever seen.
To Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia.
It's athleticism.
Was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving. Literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving.
You ever get spammed, son?
The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a local, it's very clear you're killed by a local. You're killed by friendly fire in American war. Such a matter.
It seems that
You think you get to 1900
people
by
mean when they say that war is hell.
midnight?
In some deep sense, everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, the brutality and all like that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today, in the world today. And we have the different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on a horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is a Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great log river of the Mongol nation. And so he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one for the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln, and they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, depending on where you are and how you want to see it,
Yeah.
There are many things that have happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call Nadam, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the kank and the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and you're crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better, but the hulan, say hulan of the Gobi, he was out hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly, and he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months. Before August of 1227, he was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. The Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family, no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So then the idea, they were Buddhist people. The Tanguts were Buddhist. And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was his successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Anda, and he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Ukade, and the next one was Tala, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. You know, the youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Ogute was a heavy drinker. Chagate was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. But he called on Zuch, my son, speak. Chagate, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. You can imagine, kind of see. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He was sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. Now, and actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it. Because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for him, have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think. On this business of, you do not know, you were not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
Really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way, and his son in this way, is really powerful.
I believe that, I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. He made that impassioned speech, and Zagade had to submit. He said, yes, you are our father, and we accept what you say, but a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, these middle-aged men, they're not boys, but he said to the men, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Zagade because of his attitude and the situation. And Tala is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and the bon vivant. He was for every party and drinking every time. And one time, Shiki Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Shiki Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time for whatever reason. I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But then he came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. He was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very able wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who was his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorothy. And she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, like the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for like what will keep the empire together.
Dorothy was, actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Dorothy, were extremely into economics and trade and running these. They had these private corporations called Orfolk. She was running her Orfolk and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points. And she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but good they had favored another. But anyway, she favored Guyuk, her son, and so she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman, named Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, Guyuk organized a purge of her court. Killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her, and a lot of them were Muslims, and he killed off a lot, and then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months, and he was gone. And his wife took over Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law, Dorothy. Hamish was a bit greedy, but she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorastani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had Northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Hamish, and she put her son.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And we should say probably that, this whole succession by Ken goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes, in the end, he was a father.
No one does that again.
He favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved.
You're welcome, Bill.
But he organized it, though, as what we call today almost a corporation. All lands belong to everybody in the family. Everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers who were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then they owned, the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhani would own silk factories and jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. Because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job.
And then we'll go kick live
And
chat.
Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan to some extent fulfilled it. But good they did.
Send us a message.
Family ruling the land, all the different
And
territories.
I didn't even need, all I did was control V and then send. Hang on.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea
Control
about
V to send the done.
Genghis Khan,
And they're going to reply in a minute saying,
articulated
Thanks,
in the
Granny.
2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that
Six
paper
of this
has a
guy.
finding that estimates that
this
0.5%
absolute
of the world's male population is direct descendants
is
of
make
Genghis
shit
Khan.
idiot
I've heard you
YouTube.
kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper,
Just
but
can't take
I
it.
actually really like its
You know how
findings. I
people
talked to
are
a
like,
good friend of mine, Manoa
you know how
Scales,
some
who's
people are so far
biologist,
gone upstairs
computational
that
biologist and
there's just no
geneticist,
hope
and
for them?
he likes the
This
paper as
idiot
well.
on YouTube
I
is
find
one
it
of them.
really convincing.
For the
I
last
think your
48 hours,
skepticism
he's
has to do
joined
not necessarily with the
paying
paper's
9 or
contents,
10
but more the
monthly
information
accounts
that it speaks to
saying, join
the thing that
Rothschild
maybe
Discord.
the people who think of Genghis Khan as a
And he just won't leave us alone.
Oh no, the best.
And he keeps creating an account. He's spamming his message saying, come watch me on
25% of the
YouTube.
population is because
Oi,
of some
you fucking
institutionalized
idiot.
mass
We
rape.
don't want to watch your shit on YouTube, bro.
Why not?
I saw it for 2 seconds and I thought, you're an absolute
You can't get those
wanker,
kinds of
Thanks,
numbers
dude.
doing your fucking shit on streaming platforms.
for the
Get people to
empire
watch you, watch you, watch you, watch you. Do what?
propagate the
All you're doing
gene.
is sitting
You're a
there
person
being
that
a
wants to
troll.
propagate the gene.
It's,
Wanker.
dude, this is quality content.
Conquer our
What are you,
stable,
50-something
flourishing
years old?
Oh,
Wow, you
So
14.
actually, what this is much better explained in the paper indicates this.
unbelievable.
It's better explained by
Definition of stupid
of
is repeating the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. No one is interested in you.
be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that
They don't
for
want to know
many generations, people
you. No
will
one, we're not interested, mate.
the great Khan.
I joined your Discord after seeing all your spams, and what did you have? 2 viewers. One of them was me, the
The
other one
land
was you.
was
No one's there, mate. No one likes you. No one wants to know you. I've recorded you to catch. I've done an official report to YouTube as well. And I've shown them screenshots and all your information, everything, mate.
is
You're a dickhead.
just male descendants. The way it works, that means if this
You're an
paper is
absolute
at all
nubbin,
correct in
mate.
its estimate,
You're getting nowhere.
the number of people
You know what you're
descended,
doing? I don't know what
That's
you're
direct
trying
mail.
to achieve.
but the way trees work is like there's
We
root
need
in each
something.
step.
If I'm live, I
The number
appreciate
of
that.
descendants could be
Can we get those bits and
much larger
pieces?
than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
Well, thanks for all the information, dog.
It's fun.
I'm glad
Where
that
did
they
they
did
get the
something.
DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh,
It's like,
yes.
bitch.
So one of the criticism you have is like, well,
They don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people are connected.
yes.
And then they...
No. To one person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right. But
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before.
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true. In a certain way, I would. And I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did.
You
Many
recorded
more.
me to
But
YouTube?
that caused a lot of problems
Okay.
later on for the empire too by
I'm
rivaling the
gonna piss
power.
myself?
So it could be that one of these other people, Bulletin Charter Fool, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe it. And in Mongolia today, we have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So this
Yes.
Oh, so
the reason I
when
say
they
is
do the official one,
this
that's when it gets
methodology is
banned.
pretty solid.
Okay.
Oh, I believe that.
Well, that was a neat
found
story.
Some connection of people.
I'm just gonna come right back,
We
dog.
have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
He did it 8 times.
Somebody from the Mongolian
Hilarious.
region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've
Guess what,
already had
baby?
the Hans come
Can't
through.
stop,
We know
won't
all the
stop,
Turks.
Rockefeller.
Every
Turkey
one of the
doesn't
Turkic
have a
nations
fucking about.
is descended from Mongolia. They all came out of Mongolia.
You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't.
I wish these motherfuckers would understand. Can't stop, won't
We have
stop,
no
Rockefeller.
DNA. Nobody knows where he went.
They don't know
Why?
where he's buried.
Can't stop.
Genghis Khan said,
Won't
let
stop.
my body go.
Rockefeller.
Let my nation live. And he chose
Why?
to be buried in an unmarked
Why not? Oh, you don't do anything. Doug, you know how much fucking work this shit is? Look at this move, dog. Look at this move.
In a similar way. The Chinese
Look at
emperors,
this
were buried
move.
in very elaborate tombs.
Oh, you don't do anything. Well, fuck you, man. I make it rain ketchup, cunt.
And so Kublai Khan
Ketchup and pussy juice.
was buried back with his
Why?
grandfather in an
Why not?
anonymous grave. And not everyone, like Goik died when he was on campaign towards Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think his father Godik was also buried out there. That was
I wonder if they know who I am.
But many of them were buried with him. And
These are amazing books.
it's
Oh,
not
hot.
and not
There are several ways
known at the same time.
Hot and hard.
It's officially you
Hard
should
and
not
hot.
know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. He should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tour group coming in.
That could be the
Like
name
you're
of
saying, like,
an album.
people
Hard and hot.
in Mongolia, they
Why?
have those sounds.
They believe
Why
he's
not,
in a certain
baby?
place. Yes, they believe they know where the place is, but it's sacred. You can do nothing. Just leave it as it is. That's
Sweat and cum.
no roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing
Why?
can be done. It's a holy land dedicated
Why
to
not?
him and his family.
It's pretty amazing. Unmarked for the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity. For good and for bad, one of the most impactful humans in history.
Yes, I believe in his thing about let my nation live, let my body live. And I say to people, they ask me, well, what did he look like? And I say, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike, except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mongol. And they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't. And then Ugadi Khan and Hong Kong looked different. They looked different. So there was nothing. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan walk in any gear in Mongolia, the first challenge you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
I mean, he's not that there's no, from his time.
I thought Israel went to
capturing
the real
this
motherfucker.
image, that he really
And like
made himself sort of disappear into the land. Does that make
600
sense?
years or less.
No,
Just look at the child of it.
no.
Look at the child of Israel. Looks like that motherfucker who
When you have
spams everybody on
Syrians
kick.
are still operating in Afghanistan. The Russians are still using the YAM system. There are many aspects of him that are out there in the world. And I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you could still read. He bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, and to his granddaughter. These ideas live on. And we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not a bed in his case, but sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
I have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's mostly not done. But when it is, just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can we learn from Genghis Khan that apply to the modern world? You've already said religious freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, I think his policy ideas, I think, are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, and not kidnapping women, and having religious freedom of individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. They didn't pay taxes in this empire. As a former teacher, I embrace that idea out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, as I recall, just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people. The spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with, oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed in the end in his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. Here was a man who had no education in any formal sense, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. And this later was translated, everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet. By Kubla Khan, it didn't work. Or his idea, he tried to impose the use of paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. So but all this international spirit of their empire, I think that we need today, we talk about, globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible, and we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. I mean, there's something to that. This, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, like of a self-made man. That person from nothing willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you can think of, your own family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as John said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, Bushta, was the one who caused the first break with Jamaica to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful, they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to clamp down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire. It's fascinating.
Sometimes you can say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. In the Mongol court, they always sat up front. They're always out front. This horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to. They said the women even drink in public. Yeah, they drink in public. You know, they do what. So sometimes it was like that, but other times it's with Rothschild. She's actually the ruler, or the case of his daughters, such as Malachi Beck, who ruled over a part of northern China called the Ongun people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled in their own names, and he's very. This is something about the secret history that upset me. I get to chapter. All the sections are numbered. I get to chapter or section 215, and there's only half a sentence left. 214, he's just awarded a girl. He calls his daughter, so she's only planned on it. She lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son, Talo, is only 4 years old. A Tatar comes and Mother Erlu gives him food because you give food to everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, and that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Al-Thani raced out and she grabbed his arm and held it down. And two men, Jib and Jib, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the gear. Don't do it in the light. And so they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was rewarding everybody for all their great deeds. And Jilman and Jib, they wanted to be rewarded for saving the life of Talal. He said, no, you killed the Tatar. Al-Thani saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. We get to 215, he says that now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase of it. I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not quite complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different languages, and most often they translated, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me. The nation soldiers stay here and rule the people. Brilliant. The Chinese, when they arrived in the court of Al-Thani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area of the Hong Kong people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's the supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which languages she could read and write. That has really puzzled me a lot.
So you're saying the secret history, as we have gotten access to, has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not and all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offsprings because their husband was gone to war. And Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes, the sons of the last one, But they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. Only one, Setchikan, who was ruling in Siberia, she was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and had a lot of power later. But what happened was the area for Alakai Bek, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out, not in their own lifetime. They didn't kill the women off, but as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it was ruled by Sultani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol, and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time it threatened the power of a particular man. Then there were other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase and say, that phrase was not in the original.
In studying human history, What have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that, and I stress that, and I see those things. I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history and all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains and with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, the Gobi. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just open. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Boy, you can have a condo right there. We can have a building. We can sell them off. And they haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And in the Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. Because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in a city, settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, oh, Mongol, I'm Mongolia. Yeah, I'm Mongol. I have the hat. I have the belt buckle. I have the gazelle, the sword border. I'm Mongol. She says, where's your horse? Oh, I keep it in the countryside. But he wouldn't recognize the city. But it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip-hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. It's something we can't understand, because when we pray, we're usually saying, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you so. Would you please give me, and would you please do this, and would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
Well, start with my home. Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I have a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi, and they do a loop to the Gobi and around to Karakorum, Hahore, the old capital from Ogundei Han, when it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And then they circle back to the city, and they may stop off to see what we call Przewalski, the wild horse, but they call Taki, to see the Taki, or they may go up to Hovsko Lake, a big beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, but much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive, massive flocks of cranes that come in every year. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. If you want particularly the history of Genghis Khan, the Mongolians love him, they worship him, They don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Hitti. You can go to the Hitti. There are areas you cannot go to. Large areas is forbidden. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. But the only one place they built a statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orgel Han or Torgel Han or Long Han to support him. And he's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it that's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing, because obviously it's used for a horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your will is your hemor, your wind horse that lives inside of you, your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment. He's on his way back home to go with Jamoka and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Bersta. And so symbolically, he found a whip there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning.
Yes. Yes. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick, that it's a baton or something like that. But no, it's what they call the whip to shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. If we look out into the future, what gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on Earth. It's just that kind of old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talk to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they, what? And who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God. It's everything like that. But then almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. And I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world and the way my grandchildren talk and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. And in Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curds. They bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring the pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Oh yeah, everybody thinks you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother. And all the other yogurt in the world is not good, but my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils him with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, and it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing. Keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. The people in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. And I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. Sometimes she had MS and slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate, the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every bump, some arm would pick her up. I'd pick up the wheelchair and lift her over that and not let me do it. We could go to the opera. You had to go this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera. You know, we would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side. They would carry on, and they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, hoden hoot, to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. You know, and if I was feeding my wife and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her. In America, they're often afraid that she's in a wheelchair. You know, they just kind of look. They don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. You just learn something about people living there in a country where on the countryside, you come to a dare, you never ask for permission. You usually don't knock on the door. That's no. And you ask. It's like insulting the people. Once you're not good hospital people, I have to ask you for something. No, you walk in, if you sit down, and they can fix food for you. It's an incredible thing. And these are the things that give me hope. No institution in the world, no, not the big things, not the pop culture, not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of Rothschild. Yeah. It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood and you got stuck and now you're cold and wet and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And actually within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. Where did you come from? When the mother sent them over, there's somebody over there in the park. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that, individuals do get me home. People one by one or a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Well, I can say a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Uginur in the middle, and somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us towards the end. We're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, you know, we're holding hands. She's in the chair paralyzed. And we're just sitting there staring off in the distance, you know, and that's one of my favorites. But with my wife, I was just blessed with a good wife that was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She would talk to people about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family. I grown up with my grandparents was in the countryside. They had 3rd grade education. My father had 7th grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they couldn't sent 2 people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect brothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college, you know. So I got to college, and I can't say, oh, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was on probation to be kicked out of the school. My grades were so low overall, you know. And then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after we met. You know, I met her. Well, I briefly had known her in high school, but just not well or anything. But anyway, we met later, and I told her, and she just looked at me. She said, "What does a professor know? It's just a professor. You can write anything you want." And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, "Yeah, that's right. That's just a professor." Yeah, or what, you know. And she inspired me, but she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own, and she was doing graduate work, but she inspired me. But she told me, I said, I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just dry as the Gobi Desert. And I didn't know what to do. And she said, just tell the story to me, but I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she would like it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, you know, but she just loved hearing the book because it was mine. And, you know, the last years of her life, I gave up the teaching. And we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that and just be worthless teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what it costs. It might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, this disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life. She said, you gave up teaching and you gave up writing. She said, how do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease? She said, you should write. So every single day, we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into a room overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk, and she sat in the wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little soft music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk. But she liked to just sit there beside me working. She knew that she was inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going, you know. How on earth I ever had a wife like that, I don't know. That's beautiful. That's really beautiful. You know, I just hit the jackpot with her. And I see so many people that get by, and they even like each other, or they're friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren because I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. That's just the way life works out, you know. But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you lived and met a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about you conquering.
No.
And if she said, you know, you should do this. Maybe you
if she said it, I probably would have believed it.
Exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. But, you know, in her final I could not ask her questions. And I would not say, oh, you remember? No, I never would say that because I knew she could remember. But when she was being restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from our life and just give the scene without saying, do you remember? But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, it's so ironic, it was a blue wolf, but it's gray blue. Like the local head, gray blue collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plisetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again, of all the details. I'd gone through it many times, but her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late, and then the next night going to the Bolshoi, and all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights or many days of great memories,
You're gonna make me cry, Jack.
Oh, no.
That was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. This was such a fascinating journey through human history about one of the most impactful humans in human history.
Well, I thank you very much. And the amount of research, when I realized how much research you had done, I felt like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left. It's me going and finding there other stuff. That would be incredible. So, thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to lexfriedman.com/contact. And now allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving moral landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000-year history. I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent, eye-opening 5.5-hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources. It covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, to be exact. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as we modern-day humans understand them, with the wisdom of time and moral progress. But during each period of history, as Dan documents, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss, and later myself reading first-hand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, of separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, in this topic, first-hand accounts of slavery can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 Authentic Slave Narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote "All men are created equal," which I think is one of the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom. Pulling, as he did, foundational ideas of human freedom from the jaws of deep history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities quite well. Full range of human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. The consequences of our moral failings can reverberate through decades, even centuries. And that is perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocities, but it also contains people who, while flawed, dare to rise in some way above the moral decrepitude of the day to try to build a foundation of a slightly better future world. As MLK Jr. put it, the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza, Israel, and Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough or know quite the right words to express what I'm feeling, but let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government has any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and military complexity, nuance, and historical context that I'm told by some so-called experts that one must understand. Perhaps they are smarter than me. But, like mentioned before, unlike the more complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade, this is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call home.
Seriously, you need to
In
release
my
the
view,
episode.
they are all equal.
Why is the FBI
And the death of each child is a tragedy.
largest scale
Hamas did a definitively evil act on October 7th, brutally murdering over 1,000 civilians.
I think tomorrow,
But
Jesse,
now,
breaking news right
the
now.
acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children.
It's a new administration.
17,000.
Everything's going to come out to the
I'm
public.
not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region. But I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank, on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourself. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, from all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me, on mic and off, have always been with everyday people. This always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, of hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all.
Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this spring. Florence had a terrible situation where
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. And he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is a Restream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. Women owned the houses, which were called gers, the tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. And the fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on a hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, "You must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulun, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her." It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlun. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, "Doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again." And he was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. And to some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. And from that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. That is the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, but all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who's being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was named Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic, but today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, now not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife, and he's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but could be around 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Taichun, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichun and reunited with the family. But now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlun's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family. It's sort of like the first family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl, Pershta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the steppe, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is, and they figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family, And somebody comes from his family, family, not a relative, but a close person named Muglut, comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Mother Heirloom, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp from winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, what they did not tell Heirloom. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, and they took her animals. They took the animals, but at that moment, she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse, and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for 1 night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. But now that family is left there on the steppe. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigal, the other woman with 2 children, they're all left there to die on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it through the winter?
Mother Heirloom, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish. He could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichut people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a tank, a yoke, like an ox would rear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different chair to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the tank, the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon, like turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols, that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a tank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water.
Yo, how are you, Jack?
To breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and this protects him a little bit.
What's up, pimp? Oh, you're not Jack. You're N kid. N, how you doing, pimp? I like your guy with the hat. Tell him I said hello. Peace. What's up, dog? Don't you talk? Dog. Dog. If you weren't aware, I'm about to take a mean ass nap. I mean, a nap for generations. Look at this move, and look at this athleticism. Did you see that? I'm gonna see it again. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Did you see that? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at that. I bet you didn't even know that was possible. I like to call it the inside out, bitch. Can you read me a story? Read me a story. Yo, dog, talk to me about your art. I want to hear about your art.
So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So
Look at this
to be
athleticism.
clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are
You
trapped.
want to learn about Genghis Khan?
We just have the word. They
Sick.
don't say the head and
What
the
have I
hands,
learned
but we
about
know
him?
that his body is trapped in it. But
He
from
was
all
for
evidence we have, it's the
religious
hands and the head.
And he's
freedom
running around
and
completely
the
alone
ability to have
with
your
this thing.
Yes, yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So
diplomats travel
this,
freely,
in part, was the
and you shouldn't
foundation
kidnap women.
of his breaking with Mongol tradition.
ball.
Kinship is the most important thing above
And he
all
killed
else.
10% of the world's
Because
population.
here's like a story where he's
Sick.
abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan.
Do you see how
But they
athletic
should.
I am?
But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned
Yo, pimp.
Genghis Khan.
Finally, you talk. What's up, son?
Temujin was marked by extreme tribal violence.
What's
Can you
good?
describe sort of the state of affairs? How much
How's your
violence
day
is there?
going?
How much kidnapping is there?
The story is a story.
Kicking ass,
for that
taking names.
time.
How'd you find out about me?
Now, as an isolated family of outcasts, of course, he's various feuds
From where?
and the rage of the people around him. But they are and
Oh, tight.
and for
Okay, very
women
cool.
and for
We're watching
horses and
Jewish
for
history
any
lectures and
animals that they
listening
can
to
find.
Genghis
It's
Khan
almost like they're
podcast.
getting trained
Feel free to
from
enjoy.
China, that one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols, they could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen, and so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so, technology
3.5 years, dog.
you see going back generation after generation. Women having been kidnapped,
Yeah, I'm basically the
children born
sexiest
who are
person
not
on
necessarily
earth.
the father's child. It's unclear who the father
Do you
was.
like Diana Ross?
All of these issues go back for a long time. Later,
What's your
Genghis
opinion
Khan
on the
will realize when
Supremes?
he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of is
What's your
over
opinion
women.
on the
And
Supremes?
later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the same.
You don't know who the Supremes are?
To his mother. But what happened to him next in his
Dog.
life?
No, everybody should know who the Supremes are.
The love story with his wife, her kidnapping.
No, they're not Jesuits. They're a band from Detroit.
One place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, at that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of?
At age 16,
Yeah, dog, and Diana Ross is hot as
the
fuck.
girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9. She's now 17, and she and her mother come.
She's 81 and fuckable.
It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine.
What's your favorite Supreme song?
Who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has some running around.
Well, dog, they have a CD. It's called Supreme's Number Ones. Listen to it, and then tell me what your favorite Supreme song is. The correct answer is all of them.
It only lasted a few months. So there they are. There's a lady.
Love.
We don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother Kowalski.
Tenement slums.
Sleeping, of course, on the floor of the care.
Love. Stopping. They talk about stopping a lot. Basically, like. Yeah, I know who Randall Carson is. He wasn't in the Supremes.
Even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes
Do you like him?
in her own lap. She has one extra horse. She won't take.
Do you like Randall Carlson?
She knows. She doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. But they're coming. They're coming in the dark.
Do you like crinkle? Do you like crinkle cut French fries?
And they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sochiko, the other wife.
Yeah, I like curly fries more, but I can't get them in 5-pound increments.
And she leaves first.
Sucks.
They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far.
I do.
But Mother Erlin is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain and to work on it from them because the men are
I'm telling you, I'm the tippy top of the pyramid.
So Mother Erlin saved.
No, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, baby.
Temujin realizes he's obeyed his, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. A defining moment of his life.
Meyer Amschel Rothschild. I mean, it's who was attributed to it.
His life, I think, is to define what will he do? What should he do?
Yeah, but they had. Even we had.
Is he going to go out and look for another wife?
His father, Moshe Kalman Bauer.
He has found something good in his life, and if he has, he will die.
Yeah, I mean, we were building pyramids way back in the day.
The early steps of the military genius, born because in order to get
Benny Carson? Is he related to Johnny Carson? Did you know I used to be Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant? Who's Benny? Oh, you don't know who Johnny Carson is? Have you ever show?
His father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him, and so he went there.
Dog, have you ever heard of the Tonight Show?
His mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for mother.
Yeah, because it sucks now. But with Johnny Carson, it was the biggest fucking thing in late night.
And he gave it as a gift to Ron and
No, when Johnny Carson was on, it was the best.
You need to ask Jamoka. You need he said, I will send him to get.
Who's Benny Carson?
You have to tell the story of Jamoka.
No one knows who Benny Carson is. Everybody knows who Johnny Carson is.
Being disloyal, and here is a person who's not of his kin.
Do you sling dick like it's going out of style? Fuck yeah, I know what adrenochrome is. I got it pumping through me right now.
It's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years to Genghis Khan.
I mean, if I ever like am flossing really hard, or get a cut, or my lips are chapped, I guess.
His family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with him. So the
Fuck
two
yeah.
boys met during the winter time.
It's
In fact,
essentially
they both
the adrenaline in your blood,
woman about
also
4
known as
generations earlier,
epinephrine,
or 5, it's a little unclear.
that
She was a really high woman
is
who herself was kidnapped.
signaled by your fight or flight
Jomaka
mechanism.
was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping, and then Temujin is descended from her through the kidnapper, Botanchon, his ancestor. So they're both through there's a Mongol.
And what? What do you want?
They come from the same historic origin. However, they both locked early.
Oh, it can. But the best kind comes generally out of prepubescent Eastern European boys with brown hair.
He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said it's on his life. But
Is that like a movie?
by any means,
Wait, what'd you say?
But he has a certain emotion.
Yeah, what about it? Is it a movie or a game or something?
He lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice. Very early.
What's a monster can? From Monsters Inc.? Oh, yeah. Definitely. Bob. Absolutely. 666, baby. That's my number.
A friend is in the language.
That's why it's my number.
That's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And to protect each other, to help.
Do you know why it's an important number?
And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a.
All right, tell me everything you know about it.
Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to roll them around and all. Very strange.
All right, I got time. Go, baby.
In winter time in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees. That part is or what it is.
No, I get it. So just tell me about it. Give me your verbal synopsis of my favorite number and a very important number in numerology. Go.
You hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing. Then a couple of years later, they again, but this time they're slightly. They exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific.
Yo, Doug, why do you think 666 is important?
The horn cut it off of a 2-year-old calf and it down, and then he drilled a whistling arrow, which is used.
I think it's the most beautiful number perhaps in the world, but I like them all. It's a triangular number. Do you know what that means?
In a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow direction to make it. But it had a lot of use, so they both changed rope. This time, okay, Jamalka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out, some troops from Bang Han. He himself did not go, it was too old.
That's not a triangular number.
And Jamalka and his troops, and then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers.
They go 1, 3, 6, 10,
which flows into Siberia and all
etc.
They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce.
Fuck yeah, man. I'm like the biggest fucking advocate for alien disclosure on this fucking planet.
All the things they're going to do to the Merkin people. We're going to jump through the tunnel.
Do you? Yeah, I mean, everything's subjective, so it's just like what your opinion is.
We will destroy these
I think that there are good aliens. I think there are bad aliens. I think there are aliens that don't give a shit. I think there are aliens of low life forms. Depends how you define an alien, but yeah, I think there are good aliens. I think there are bad aliens. I think there are neutral aliens.
Our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter. And
I think there are some hot.
He's very
The
aggressive.
what?
He's very helpful. So move in on the market.
Enlighten me,
They
baby.
also come in at night, and so there's a small warning because some men are out hunting sables. Market men camp, and they tell the people, and the people are get out as. So Marcia has she doesn't want and the grandma hugs him,
Right.
and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. You can see what they're doing.
Okay, we're not in the age of Aquarius.
He's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. He's calling her. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart and she runs to
Aren't we in the modern age?
reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't."
Got like 1,000 of them, dog.
And that was.
Oh, no, right now I'm busy. I'm talking with you.
Yes, aside from the things.
How do you spell it? Ugar age? UGAR?
Along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had a half-brother.
Uga. Oh, like the dog of the Georgia Bulldogs.
What was that about? Can you explain the Mongol society with the older brother and the power structure there? You know, not to moralize.
Cool,
but
man.
Also, you know.
What's your favorite Seinfeld?
That's one of the things that's totally unknown.
What's your favorite Seinfeld episode?
None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles knew about this. The secret history was deciphered and translated.
I like them all.
Victor was the older child of Xochitl, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings. They have to refer.
I believe God is energy.
All the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's like a formality, and his word goes. He is the father in the absence of the father, but also it's common. If a man dies,
Doug, I think energy is in both good and evil, and to what some people consider to be good is evil, and what some people believe is evil is good. It's all subjective.
So it would have been
it's just like your opinion, man.
Eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry Mother Urlu. Now, I don't know that happened.
I personally do not.
I think either it did, or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother.
That's a great question.
And he was already, Bector was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or bird that
perhaps to procreate.
In the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Bector would.
It's only recorded once, but perhaps it happened several times.
We'll have more children. You're talking about an individual. I would probably say to gain knowledge of the good.
Anything he wants, just about, with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. And Temujin is not going to stand for it. So,
meaning to be a philosopher king, and like it's going out.
Which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. And the boys had actually taken the soy.
Fuck yeah, I do.
And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, brother.
Fuck yeah, I do.
Decided to kill him, and they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like healing of a
A calcified. What is?
Over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. On hands.
Cool, dog.
The symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these sense of what's going
Loud
on
and clear.
with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens?
Did you ever see that Seinfeld where Jerry's like, no matter what happens to me, everything kind of evens out in the end?
She screams and
It's kind of like that.
the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about you will never have anybody in your life except your, and you will. They were outraged and went on.
Oh, tight.
Distressed about it. Distressed, I don't know. Shown up.
Where did he go?
So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. But it was important. It was mostly deeply meaningful.
Oh, okay. So then when we killed him, like, or had the Romans kill him, and he was just like chilling for 3 days, where did he go then?
But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's resort to take care.
Yes.
Allegedly.
He is capable of doing any.
Yeah, that's that story.
Maybe there was a problem that he resolved.
72, baby.
Victor's younger brother Belkatai is on the raid or when they go. So,
it's probably about how many bitches I can fuck in a day without going raw.
To him his entire life. His entire life. So it's very interesting.
So, Eki, if we return to Bershta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because it was two-way loyalty from Bershta to Temujin, and Temujin to Bershta. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back.
Look at this athleticism. That was a really good story. I liked it. I like talking with that guy about fucking numbers.
So they decide to stay together, and they all go off to the Hotel.
Look at this athleticism, bro.
And
Motherfucker doesn't even know who the Supremes are.
This becomes a huge issue for her. It's one of those things that to this day
That's nice too.
An issue. What happens? But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a merkin bastard, he defends his wife viciously. He says to his own sons, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not
The
there.
perfect drug.
From the same
Oh, this guy's gotta
womb.
love me.
But if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to the cold stone.
Why?
So
I'll
he
start
defended
at
her
school.
forever. But he's
And
off
one
now.
time.
We go back to the beginning. She's
That's right.
pregnant. They're in the Rothschild Valley. And he and Jacob decide to renew their vows of being under to each other. So this time, it's more serious, and it's ceremony in front of the whole. We can't say tribe; it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And then Jacob takes off a gold belt, which actually he'd stolen from the market at some point. Where on earth they had a gold belt? I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mare who had a little growth on the front of her head, which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift, and I don't. It has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt and kind of sort of think about it different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of woman was often, and even now, called person without a belt. This is how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that athleticism, and they celebrated.
Look at
And
this
the words of
movie.
a secret history, they slept apart under the same blanket, apart from the other group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamak at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamak's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel visitor and a foreigner. And so Jamak's clan took the name from him, called Jagabat. So there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of the mind that we're not there.
But we should say that like, the pretty powerful part of this love story is that if the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own without any defendant, and it becomes much more important as his first child.
Yes,
He defends his child through his entire life. But not long after he and Jacob break apart, but really it's Temujin breaks apart, and the urging of
this girl is super
orders
vain.
her around too much. She urged him. He loved his wife more than anything. I think that it's certainly the most important other character in his life. Adult life.
Baby girl, listen to me. You can see you don't want to have pets.
Severely tested in the future
And
years.
these other bitches
They
on
run away through the
stream.
night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously burst the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Honda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated.
Look at this
But
athleticism.
now we have the Banghan, this most powerful ruler on the steppe who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Kyrgyz people. And so Jamakhan remains loyal to him, but in first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while,
this
they're
lady
not
hates
fighting
me.
each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan. And he was even got the title Bang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Von Han received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of his conquests.
Actually, we should let him continue. We should let him stay in and put.
So Fortune was rising up, and then he wanted his son to
It
marry
does.
the daughter of Von Han. And Von Han said no, his own son.
It's
Told
probably
the father, no, we don't marry those 12 people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. They're carrier people. We're not going to marry them. And so then,
Wait, where are you going?
now, or you can say, break down our family.
I don't want to play.
And once it has to flee far away into the east to a place called Bonjun.
That's against TOS. Maybe. You think spamming your chat is against TOS, but creating 10,000 fucking accounts isn't? Baby.
Two of them do not
Look at
meet
this
in combat,
athleticism, folks.
but now their
Look at
forces
this.
are fighting each other.
Folks,
And they didn't see
Folks.
that.
I
I mean, there's an
am
obvious tension
perhaps
there. There's an
the
obvious
sexiest person
slight
in the
breaking
history of the
laws,
world,
right?
slinging dick like it's going
Yes,
out of
it's
style,
hard to know
baby.
what's going through their mind at
Look
that
at this
point. We only have it
athleticism.
later on
Look at this burp, like
the
burp.
relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. That
See,
they
what's
claim
trending?
that neither one of
Dog.
them ever truly broke it.
If I were trending on
Because they
Prime
never
Video,
hollered
I
at
would
each
have
other
said this
directly.
point. Bitch,
And in fact,
are you done?
Temujin
This shit sucks.
eventually defeats Von Han.
Worst
He takes
dreams
over Central
ever.
Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes
Look at
that
this
title.
athleticism.
That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of, Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, we might say, puns of, they like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So it has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong, chin, Tingis. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the Merkit themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea, Tingis.
So it's exciting to them when there's this
That was
double
the
meaning,
sport.
Yes,
and that the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad has passed now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children girls because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolian. So it's the power of three great languages and three great children. And so many names are like that. And so I think Tingis doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan. And he was ruling over him. And so Jamukha now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. He becomes the protege, they say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamukha deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling all these horrible things about the Mongols, And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jatavan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide, but he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Von Han is gone, Burhan gone, that he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe.
That's not at school.
but his own
And
people
one
turn
turn
against him,
somebody's
and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. They'll take him and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. But Genghis Khan doesn't reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his mother. It's a very strange encounter. And so supposedly Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamukha says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your dell. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing, and he was either, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding the blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrapped them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective.
He had become very practical at this point. And he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamukha. And when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamukha offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes.
For Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from Versta. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him, she was positive in every regard so far as we know forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamukha, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, there was evaluation of them. These things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole and kill everybody and all. And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Temujin. But Jamukha also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Versta. you have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, she just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that rings true. That there were some elements of that were true. But Jamukhan certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's in that relationship there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Because I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. And as Genghis Khan is the ruler, he, in some ways you could say, became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And when he had sided before with Wang, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
From absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never acquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, like a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
The Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army wasn't. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he'd ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one with American when he rescued Berta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Erlu, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. What Shigi-Hutuk was his name. Shigi-Hutuk realized that this was going to be lost. That this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened in Mongolia. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the Mao, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths.
Yo, what up, pimp?
The origins of myths. It begins with the marriage of a gray blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's not a myth, it's totemic. And we're all supposed to. They look at me, I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. You know, they're practical about it. And they think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bodhachar, they call him Bodhachar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped the Hanhai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigi-Hutuk, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see there, he will record instances where Berta sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't think of it, you know. I mean, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so that scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd that people didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. What he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. So it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
And they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds, which is always problematic in some little areas you're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Because some of the Persians I trust very much, and I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Khan then. and sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, in Mongolia, it's a bit different, So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, but Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that was translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things in it, and they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there are several things like that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian Nutstrukcho, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and give more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because their history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries, as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bertha. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Granny Quaxin was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse, and he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter, and that also correlates with the time that reading was done, so it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just only on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no props, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, at this time, they were amazed, I would come, the Soviet era had just ended, socialism was just ending, democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over and I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind and think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, Dere Dinges. From highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Rothschild.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains and the great sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for any other place in the world. Certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian steppe like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about the steppe is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold is the ticket sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Salink River, where we talk about the market live, so it's a place of pure waters. And that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't. Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land. They refer to the earth as Dala, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. And to learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. When we talk about their relationship with the horse, they're thinking about this open steppe. From a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muzzle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy. And the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the Golosul out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolian, I teach you the words. Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. Okay, what color is that horse? Brown. Then they said, but you said this color was brown. What color is this? So what? I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown or blue. You know. But the words for horses, of course, by sex, and then they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised in the dust of many fast horses. It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit. And the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate a relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They work them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end that they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, I don't know anyone who's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk that the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. But, you know, some things puzzled me that in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were out there gelding the would-be stallions who don't get to be stallions. But this family, they had a bunch of boys. And I think they were one or two girls, more like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You couldn't see it, not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins to his horse, but he couldn't remount. And he was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. You know, but 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for Nadam, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forested mountain area. And the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights could be quite cold, especially on mountains. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the next. He lived. And I realized the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her, too, to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Collat, and he tells the story about mental toughness, that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, you know, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And so you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. And they've also, I read, used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse, because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination, and it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. But by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. They usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things. In some areas, there were even tigers and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan, in these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
But it's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops on the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system, so the smallest unit of the army was the 10 squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or every body. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But
there she is.
so all these little things, but it's not even just. Also, they
How was your day?
Needle and
Lovely, thank you. All right. Get ready for an invitation in about less than a minute.
And they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to get rid of all random products. You have to bake fresh, ritual foods, nuts in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things. And Christians are wondering, why are they so wrapped up about this? In particular, the requirement that 4 cups of wine on Passover. And so the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination and who they were. So much commentator for Jewish thought, Rabbi Moshe Israel, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine at Passover. Drink white
Nice
wine,
spare.
so that there will be less.
You're welcome.
blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Good
For sure. Oh, no.
kosher is that it has to be properly salted and drained.
Get it.
So that there is no blood. So it's just not. It's fantastic. It's a fantasy rather than something great.
Okay. No doubt. Oh, for sure. Got it. Thank you, ma'am. Get it.
Another argument was Jewish women and men menstruated and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking.
Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful spare. You're welcome. Get it. That's what I need. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am.
Various other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the emotion is titled. Circumcision of the young child.
Get it. Nice spare. You're welcome. No doubt. All right. I need a good one. Nope.
So the young child would be circumcised as well.
Aquarius takes the lead with confidence. Get it. Ooh. Uh-oh, Miss Aquarius, you may get me. I need to, and I didn't. Good win. Word, girl. 100%. That was an excellent comeback. Nice spare.
The church higher levels of the church, including the popes, frequently
Get it.
Well,
thank you.
The popular sentiment associated that they issue bills, they issue.
What a strike. High five.
It's not true.
I tried.
As a whole, much of the lower clergy that are frequently illiterate themselves. These things had a momentum of their own, and so frequently the popular surge of
Nice job.
and the subsequent venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders who
What is? Get it.
try and the community to mark the passage of these
Get it.
So, kind of moment for the church as we should see. In the case of Simon of Trent, this is another representation.
Miss Aquarius getting the 8.
He was beatified, but not canonized, which I don't know exactly what the difference is in Catholic theology, but he reached a certain level of like Christian.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Not good at all. Oh, Miss Aquarius. I might be done. I might be done. Miss Aquarius. Big time. She puts up back-to-back scores. Get it. All right. She leaves a little bit of a window for me. All right. Nope. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. 2 for. I win, you win. You win, I win. Good. Undefeated in friendship, undefeated in bowling. 100. Absolutely not. Great games. Good job. I see that. Well, it's important. Great job. And I look forward to playing with you tomorrow, God willing.
Dissatisfaction with the police department. I believe that should go to the rabbi and say, "Where's the?"
Yo,
Anyway, one of our famous
Audie, how you been, girl? I was just thinking about you. How are you doing? What'd you say? Okay. Do you want to play a game? All right. I'm going to send you. Yeah, you do? All right. I'll send you an invite.
And after 2 years was an internationally watched trial, because this is the 20th century, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs. They watched the incredulity that this modern Russian empire would actually prosecute this guy for such a ridiculous charge. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and argument, they were not able to convince a jury of Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty of the crime, and he was released.
You have an invitation. No, you don't. Miss Aquarius accidentally got it because I hit the wrong one. You are Gail Settle. Okay, now you have an invitation.
Jewish murder crime against non-Jews. And you can see the picture here of all of his children upside down, and his demonic looking Jews catching the bulls, catching the blood in the hand, very much like we saw this. So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on the idea of the blood. And finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist, Giovanni Pasquale. He literally in 2020, 21st century, painted this modern impression of the murder of Simon Trent, who we've seen a couple of times so far, with obvious anti-Semitic iconography, and this was in our very own time. Absolutely astounding.
And you might as well have everybody else
Still
behind you in line who's openly declare a fat
incredible
on you for making them wait. Well, what I
audacious
do
line.
is when we have the liquor cabinet, if I see someone else push the button, I just jump in line right there at the liquor cabinet. Because like they're only going to come by once every 15, 20 minutes, so you're lying in wait. I have to wait because if I don't get it right then,
The hostess equation is a little bit
I like how you planned this all out, but we're going to get more freedom now. Is that the
of a twist on the ritual murder blood charge. It develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century, for reasons that we will discuss. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false, because I know once I put this recording on the internet, people say, oh, there you go, it is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this, but Jews did not do those things that they are charged with. It is one of these bizarre creations of the medieval mind that unfortunately had extremely materialistic. So, what exactly is going on here? In Catholic ritual, I'm certainly can't claim to be an expert on this. In the ritual known as communion, believing Catholics, under certain circumstances, are invited to partake in eating a small wafer in Eastern churches, like a cube of bread, that represents on a level which is considered higher than symbolic the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is called the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer hears the body of Jesus in a mysterious way, which is beyond the scope of our discussion. But what's important for us is, in the Christian mind, in the Catholic mind of the 13th century and onwards in particular, the idea is that eating this wafer represents a holy act because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to reenact the Passion, then certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host. And so this expansive charge of host wafer desecration spreads across Europe. And I show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of a typical host desecration that is very active. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall when we talked about blood libel, there's often a Jewish informer involved, so maybe a Christian who is a traitor. You can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church, and as he surreptitiously scoops the wafers, which are like those rags on the table there, into his bag as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching. So he steals the host from the church, and on the right panel, he goes to the Jews who are so marked by the Ruel. You can see that they're clearly identified by the as the Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got like kind of like the shulchan, the ritual table, upon which the Torah is read into the synagogue, and the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because the Ten Commandments in the background there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish, but not to sort of evoke vaguely look. While they stab the host with knives, the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that it is somehow actually the body of Jesus. Then there is a knock at the door, and the authorities say, hey, what's going on there? And so the Jews scoop up the wafers and try to get rid of the evidence in the right panel by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. Like all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regard to the church's attitude towards these stories. The Jews are discovered, the authorities come in, they cut heads off, they torture the Jews, set them on fire, and they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well, and then the synagogue is rededicated to the church. So these last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panels, but that's essentially the typical story of the post-desecration as it is charged in these populations. Of course, the Jews have they have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to stay far away from the host for the fear that this kind of violence will erupt. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecration, you can see here this map also taken from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts the spread of the host desecration charge. It's interesting because on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really lends a kind of backwards, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. France, and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped post-desecration stories, and many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes who tried to put a lid on these kind of violent eruptions that could easily spin out of control, these kind of popular upsurges of religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through Central Europe. And one of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this noted phenomenon, which has actually been reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Micrococcus prodigiosis that can grow on specific types of wafers that are commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood. Like dried blood on the wafers. So you can imagine that, they're putting these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it gets in there, it makes all of the wafers develop this reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens it up and sees that they're red, like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers, for example. The host desecration myth has a tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it did not survive into the 18th and 19th century anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period. That it takes a lot more credulity to believe the whole story than to believe the ritual murder and the blood libel charge. And that could have something to do with the failure of this to nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that, the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in most cases, there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary. Nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration does make it to the 20th century. this is a banknote that was issued in the 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crises. And so they issued local municipal currency, which was called at the time Rothschild, or necessity currency. As you can imagine, like, let's say the God forbid, the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency, so that it would hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level. And Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what Rothschild is intended for. They actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their buses. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk? You say you're a kid, and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which was issued in actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century post-desecration 500 years later in the 20th century. Here you see on the left there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table. And on one side they're eating the Seder, on the other side they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And of course the element that is inevitable in these desecrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque, horrible manner. It shows you the horrific nature of this anti-Semitism and how painful it is to see that we even feel this. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. Next week we're going to go back to social history, specifically the history of
He was arguably the top co-star in the movie. Of course it was Will Smith's movie. Of course. But he was the number 2 person. It wasn't Sean McBride. It was Alan Tudyk. You can't go upstage with Will Smith. I think we all know what could happen. And they were alluding to that in the conversation. I don't know how sensitive Will would have been. We don't know if he was told that information. I'm thinking like it would have only helped the marketing of the movie, because usually when they have at least
Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad strokes. We're going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300. But I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And the fact they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either, until you get to the contemporary period, we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women. So first of all, the responsa literature. As you will recall when we were discussing the Babylonian centers earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot U'Tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi. So in some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really teshuvah literature because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a couple of lines at the very beginning of the teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this teshuvah literature all about, this responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications of Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish law. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand German's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what we might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. How they deal with things like personal status, legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of marriage, the appropriate distribution of resources from marriage, after from marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus. So it's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to get. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So the first problem is it's male, second problem is rabbinic, and both of those are like, kind of like telescope views into society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature, but something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like trying to determine, life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that. Things you do to try to promote your health, that kind of thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been like the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second life, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women. The medieval period is essentially the backdrop of this concept. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices prevail more and more. And this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall that Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, it's regretful, not just paper, also papyrus, things like that, the things that Jews didn't want to throw away during the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 500 years they were piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. When they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive, really rich view of how Jews lived, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, in some part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. It doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsive literature, which is also responsive reproduced in these documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish historical perspective that was published about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, a little earlier than that, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and just, tossing the Geniza when they were unnecessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazi movements, where it became, especially after the Crusades, kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the Crusaders, for example, but also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how eating patterns, whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources, all kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrology as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but famous de pares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior, primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written, also give us some insight into how women were used and their role in society for good. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to better, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read. You know, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that for the women, but he tends to not cite, not include in his commentary, Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to him. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actually wrote. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters. He married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. More about that later. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from the medieval period. Until we get to the 17th century, really, with remarkable people of Hama, we really don't have, you know, a definitive, substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary, peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in medieval. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons, for particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, you can see how those are resolved. It's often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi, known as Meor HaGolan, Light of the Exile, and his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, the takanot, the so to speak decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbeinu Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture, but what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham, Sarah, Hagar, and Yaakov, 2 wives, 2 handmaidens, and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershom initiating that change, or rather confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain, in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Rothschild, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy with abortion and their life. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands, in the southern Mediterranean, the Music documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effective with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them. Rabbi Gershon also put in place in Israel, there are a lot of other bands which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban of polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law. Such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorce of a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage with the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. Part of the reason for this scholars use, but it may have to do with somewhat of the contingencies of long distance travel. Push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of the Gershon, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called Karen, we use the term ban, but really it's kind of like an excommunication where a person who is in violation of the ban will suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of the Gershon is widely cited nowadays with electronic communication. So we are texts and tweets and private. And with the method data information on the outside of that is okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regard to marriage. In the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and the Muslim lands, less of and also greater structures put in place to protect women in marriage. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall, legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege. Like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment, if a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go out and doors to fund charity rather than the sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to go
Alaska had held back record levels of flooding that prevented widespread damage after ice dam at the nearby Mendon Hall Glacier.
Other areas of life, it's reasonable to say that men
and Paramount UFC announced $1 million rights deal for a UFC fight
at
the White House.
Justification.
CEO Dana White said President Trump to discuss a proposed
one of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It's remarkable that Jewish men in medieval period had a very high level of literacy. men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are far higher than international. But it's fair to say that men have pretty much universal literacy, at least one language. The main language Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and everything in between. Chances are they had at least some fluency. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication by Jews. Overwhelmingly used in the vernacular, just almost American English today. But they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was preserved really for the language of prayer, the language of scholarship. So much more educated people in 1977, the New York Cosmos, led by legendary soccer star Rabbi, placed before a crowd of 77,000 languages, including Yiddish, metal fans in New Jersey. At the time, it was the biggest crowd to watch a soccer game in the United States. The Cosmos beat the Fort Lauderdale Strikers 8-3, and today in 2016, Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt wins the coveted 100-meter Olympic gold medal in 9.81 seconds. In generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men, over non-Jews in literacy was roughly replicated by the advantage of Jewish women over non-Jewish women. Perhaps to the same or even greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. Let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That people, Yiddish is essentially basically German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of all Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least stronger literacy than population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. And again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 20 years old, and they're essentially doing work or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not everything. Part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to attract so where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And there's just a simple rabbis One rabbi argues, maybe I'll take a minute to this point, it's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, probably accused, again, she's not, her adulterous past is not confirmed, she's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple, and she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on. And her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits used up. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the secure bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months for the horrible death. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, getting back to the chapter, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women kind of like an end around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages lean towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education. That obviously had to meet some boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn women definitely have to learn, what they need to support themselves, especially women. Laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen, many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion of the Talmud. In the modern era, it gets to the late 19th, especially in the middle of the 20th century, there's rabbinic opinions that goes back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says absolutely full stop a woman may not Torah. There's one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual and the spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. We'll even see, a little bit later in the medieval period, actually early modern period, where there are women who are Rosh Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mephitza, behind the ritual burial that separates men and women. Amazing women that defies the form but as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than that's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than non-Jewish. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of Jewish women's experience, I'd like to look a little more closely at
And so he was able
their
to
role
get
in
certain
Jewish
changes
family
out of
and
people that
explore
no
some
one
of those
else
issues,
could.
like how
At the same time,
bigamy
he was the
affects
only one who was able to do
Rabbi
that.
Gershom's ban and so on, and
It's
East
kind
and
of
West
passe
differences,
because
especially look
in
at
the
divorce
podcast
law.
world, you can curse, you can talk about anything, you can have long form conversations without commercials, and you have a whole generation of people who did not grow up listening to Howard Stern, who don't care about Howard Stern. It's just a generational difference. It's not necessarily that Howard Stern has lost it, but when you're paying someone $100 million per year, there are probably other options that SiriusXM is pursuing, or at least looking into. He's going to be okay. I think he's mellowed with age. When you've listened to yes recently, he's mellowed with age.
One of the
as people
most
have finally kind of reverse
unusual
engineered what he
aspects
did and how it worked. He's
medieval
always
Jewish
been
experience,
with the kind
which
of
in many
dough
ways
he's accumulated.
was replicated right up until like the 18th
I'm
century,
curious if he plans to do
was
something else or just
Ashkenazic lands
retire
a
quietly
really
with his
young
wife,
age of
raises
marriage.
shelter cats.
According to
And
the
there's something
Talmud,
else in this equation we don't
a
know.
woman
I
may
don't know
not
if
be
there's no fire
married
burning
against
in
her will,
Stern's
and
belly.
that means she has
Because
to
after a
reach
certain
the
point,
age of majority,
it doesn't
which
really
is
change.
basically 12
If
years
there's something else
old.
he wants to do,
But
if he
and that
wants
is
to
in
go
itself
into
a
not like
ridiculously
a late
young
night
age
show,
by
but just an
21st
interview
century
show where
standards,
it's
but not at all in the medieval
different
period. It
formulation
is
of what he's
associated,
been
of course,
doing,
with
or
puberty
some pet project
and
that
the
maybe he will
possibility
continue on. But I
of
don't
starting
get the
a
sense that
family and
he
so
has
on.
the same
But
desire to
there is a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off, even younger
from 20, 30 years ago.
sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. But let's not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less, in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. So the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, and it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes were more focused on the idea of not match up their same social class with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they consolidate themselves within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under a canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of putting together the dowry, very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up a home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side, was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price So it was not equivalent to so the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are induced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Mortality is very high, child mortality is very high in all ages. And a concern that, if we don't get them married out now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chaparah to help the dia, take advantage of this moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal, the actual marriage, will collapse, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day. Because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, society was aware of some situations where these young individuals, they're separated from their intended, and they meet someone else, and that's what can happen. That really disaster became much more women, once they were married, especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for ritual following menstruation, which one would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of the Jewish community is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be a building, but the water not be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, in the ocean, or rainwater collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So, the presence of technology is very much associated with this. Not to go into great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation, and a time afterwards as well. And once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, which would immerse in regular relations resume as well. Very important in Jewish family life as a whole. But more than we can say. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a while ago, polygamy, as I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like das ist Christus, as Judah, which is hard to translate exactly. It's something like as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of the Bene Gershon, which seems to have been primarily directed into Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh. And basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife,
radio
but
and
the
podcasts
woman
all in one
lacks
app.
all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the Kibbutz, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including, upkeep and standard of living and things like that. And more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if you choose to divorce her, then you will have to pay very significant penalty as well. Concubines are not protected by this treaty document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But again, beyond the scope of what the time of what we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of years of high middle ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy, basically the ban of rabbinic worship. But sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of rabbinic worship. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice, and indicated that travelers who have to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else, to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsive literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives would take them to court saying, hey, we agree literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in a chair or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsive literature will give us kind of a sad, unfortunate incidents. What we don't really get is how common Rush is, how typical Rush is. Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? Anyway, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the privileges of men and women in society. It's especially relevant to Spain because the southern half of Spain very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to remain By the way, while we're at it, I was visiting some amazing Jewish wedding that would actually own these for communities or for families that would use for the for the ceremony itself. And this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the other side of it. Really gorgeous. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is fulfilling motherhood. I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood, particularly because I don't know much about it. It's a fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of. So I don't want to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages. Because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsive literature is disputes between siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of like bigamous second marriages that refer to husbands traveling abroad. Related to this is what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim world. According to biblical precedent, maybe and
further ramifications that her nursing license will likely be either suspended or
then
somehow put in
his
jeopardy.
mother
So the internet came
is
together
required
and took down a racist with the
to
help
read the
of
context
social
of this
media
ritual, which is
influencers.
called Hebrew or letter of knowledge in English. It's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women barely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived with the shadow of their father, or their husband, or their sons, who were never abandoned to their own devices. So, they were like the widows, that kind of thing. So, evil was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, his brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of moral discipline. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a husband or a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. It's a ritual in which, if he says, "I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law," then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's like again, so here's the thing. Evil is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis are going to essentially give preference to chalitza over evil. That is, the default case is to refuse the second marriage. It should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-women for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry the brother, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi, thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe, is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband. He finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, or refusing evil and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to say something for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, within Gershon put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between levels of authority and how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate divorce percent goes to procedures like
German clean lotion soaps, purging, antiseptic, and clean foam soap.
the
Several
woman,
products are
technically
found
speaking,
contaminated.
cannot force her
Microbial
husband to do
Urea
this.
7
She
C.
can appeal
CDC
to
says it
the
can easily
court,
spread person to
and the
person
court
and is
has a
difficult to treat,
variety of
especially people
judicial
who are
tools at
immunocompromised.
its
I'm
disposal
Sarah Lee Kessler.
to try to coax and convince and coerce the husband into giving
Researchers found that some
divorce
abnormalities in the
documents, which is known
larynx
as a
can
get.
detect the sound of the
That's the
voice.
sign that you
Research
get
published in the Frontiers in Digital Health
but
suggests that
it's
AI
not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working, and we don't care what the husband thinks. We grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. This represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman or an unmarried. This problem, of course, persists to the present day. In fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for entrepreneur is not a husband refusing to give the there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because you would have to pay the monetary outline to do so.
I got it.
But maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in this literature. This left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to be married, and she cannot prove that she is divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to coerce something out of their wife, like custody, debts, or distribution of assets, terrible situation. And there's often a faces to it, solution to it, that very effectiveness, but not for our discussion in this moment. Anyway, this is a noted problem of even in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today, it is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsibility to large degree.
I'm sorry. Welcome.
And leave a comment. I'd like to speak more about this, but it's taking further afield from history and more into rabbinic legal thoughts. So, let us just conclude though by talking a little bit about women and their family economy. There's no question.
That's what I got from last night. Because I said I'm pretty ugly verbally. And then Irma was like, we don't talk about that.
Some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today.
Thank you for the follow, John. Oh, here we go. There he is. There he is. How you doing? Keep going. Don't want to take him away. Keep the coming. Come on. Copy paste. There you go. Keep it going. Keep it coming. Alien disclosure board, but we want everyone to understand all aliens. We share to a trillionaire. If I knew a trillionaire,
I wish I was a trillionaire.
Maybe as 420 says, you were lucky you said so.
I know.
Slam that hammer. That's weird looking. Why is that a whole hand?
Free Nation 21 says, let's adjust the alcohol.
I love that one. He's just so adorable.
Dude, shout out to Mac Friends. What a nice person. They know what's up.
So, even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that. That's really value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let's not forget that we discussed a while ago that the women, Jewish women, are much more literate in our society. They're certainly much more urban, most likely numerate as well. So we find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Giza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker who's described in the Giza archives. And as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies standards to insist on her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless supports the synagogue with massive donations and Yom Kippur and things like that, including women who are really significant business described in these. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, as we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of deprivations as well. Like it was terrifying for me.
He's on me. Oh my god, he's on me. Oh, what? Fucking, oh my god. This dirty Dan, I don't like that. Oh shit. What is it?
Thank you very much for that.
Until 10:35, the brown
You called me at the wrong time. You called me. This is the first time I said that shit. I told you to come over there, and where did you go? You did not come over there. Like we were talking about. I bought this thing. Okay? Now it's too late. No, just what you talking about me?
Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which unfortunately culminated in the Inquisition and expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the scene of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that for this event of 1492, things were one way, and after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to start much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. Here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the right-hand pizza, the Green Conquest. You recall that the migrants up in North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Avar over the course of the next hour. There's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which you'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, the courtiers, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising things, very frequently underwriting the things and activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also particular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the leaders of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. You see this, for example, with the great Isaac Barbanel, Ravana, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and later he was exiled from
Oh, fuck yeah, girl. What up, girl?
Surprise.
Here's a good example of Spanish culture. The Spanish Jewish communities actually have phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their culture. In particular, in Castile and Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming. We have discussed briefly in other classes, but recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman who is typically a Jew who will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out, is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners, Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews are not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades, various crafts. I think was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these groups. That's not at all.
And I lost.
But when you combine
But I still put my money on Maya.
Actually fairly pure apparently for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their own affairs. This is something that we have seen when we talked about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here. That typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburg-Recht or Magdeburg rights after events in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, you're moving in here, your community has the right to do this, to do that, things like build a wall around your community if you like, to engage in certain trades, but not necessarily in other trades. And this charter was intended as a guarantee of rights for the community, and it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically with expulsion or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s to the 1400s is really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law that baked in. This was not unexceptional, but in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, the king not only granted the Jews the right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, even imposed capital punishment. Incredible thing. Circumstances under which the community would legally, through baked in, impose capital punishment, very, very rare, exceptional, controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really, it's not a golden era in the same way the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and the general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment to talk about the Barcelona disputation right now. So, when one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, like, who really should be in charge? Philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage. Nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church of nephew, because you would promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak of, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up, and vice versa. So as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were very upset about the power that had been ordered to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. And the disputation
I heard the people talking just the other day. And then he said that you're gonna put me on the shelf. Let me tell you, I got some news for you. And you soon find out the truth. And you have to eat your lunch all by yourself. When I'm already gone, and I'm feeling strong, I will sing this victory song. Whoa, whoa, nah, whoa, whoa. The letter that you wrote me made me stop and wonder why. Then you had to feel like you had to set things right. Just remember this, my girl, when you look up in the sky, you can see the stars and still not see the light. That's right.
He was, a figure of tremendous consequence. The incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Maimonides, right? Like Maimonides is known Moses,
That was sick.
This is Moses son of Nachman. He was actually
Please self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dry dairy products. Auto is called dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, and it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those two wings, and then in the middle was the goal, the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. And, sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wait, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikiguto was a great judge. He was no man one time in battle in Afghanistan. He lost. That was very, very unusual for Mongols.
Thinking about all the things that we said, coming apart at the seams. As we talk it over, but the words cannot do love.
because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general has got to try 100%. They retreat, fine. You're saving lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together.
Faces
But I think
without
a
empty
part of it that was important for
places.
him.
Don't get
So he had this
the
base of steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery,
our time
and how that all fit
on
together.
cheap talking
But he
line.
was very
Give us a little to give.
other technology that you saw.
Cold
I
bar
think that
feels like a
sectarian
cold
armies,
dog
sectary
now.
civilizations,
Not the
they get stuck
worst
in their
thing
ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206,
got the
he went out on these raids, and I really think they were raids, not wars. So he went in Inca territory, northwestern China, in the upper reaches of the Elbe. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This is a man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time you're like seeing a wall. When you come from the land that where there's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tungkut city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a
city girls who seem to find out early. How to open door with just a smile.
Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one
A
more
rich
time.
old man, and she won't have to worry.
That's how we think.
But
He had that real
you
ability.
and go
First of all, to be
inside.
humble before these other things he didn't know
And
from
then at night,
technology,
the big old house gets lonely.
he could understand it in his own way.
And every form of refuge has its price.
Putting together new things in new ways and using
And
them.
it's so hard to think of others only. Compared to a man with hands as cold as ice. She tells him she must go out for the evening. And their eternal friend is feeling down. They knows where she's going, now she's leaving. She's heading for the cheating side of town. And you can't hide your lying eyes. And your smile is a thin disguise. Thought by now you'd realize there ain't no way to hide your lying.
He used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas.
That was so sick.
He just had a genius for that.
That was so sick.
If we can go go back to the horses.
One of the
you mentioned
sickest
every
things I've
soldier
ever
had
seen.
5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually the way the rotation of the horses would, the horse would usually ride for one day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is that later at the time of the death of the Han, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle
these nights,
that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigehuto, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting the engaging enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which is the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected.
One of these crazy old nights.
They're firing coming, they're firing going, but
We're gonna find
usually the
out
soldiers who were against them would break ranks.
what's
They want to know, they want to
inside.
get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols.
The full moon is calling, the fever is high, and the wicked wind whispers and moans. You got the demons, you got desires, but I got a few of my own. Ooh, someone could be calling to when the diamond rock in the night. Ooh, coming right behind you. Soon I'm gonna find you. One of these nights, these dreams.
Human nature, there's something.
One of these nights, that was so sick when you were like, la 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 la. That was so sick.
But take that away is the ability at high speeds of Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the faint retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction that was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking, but to be able to surprise them.
Again, I would like to have this Mongol armada of the horses. Most of the ground crowd must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
Well, I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said. But he encouraged refugees who had conquered a city. He always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken their
bright lights
their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed.
I was
There's still
thinking about a woman I never knew. Oh, you've always been a dreamer. Save my life running round. It's so hard to change. Can't seem to get around with the things I've seen lately. Turning out and turning out and turning out with the same. So put me on the highway, show me a sign, and take it to the limit one more time.
All the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their
take
professions.
It to the limit.
Would be the Mongols. They would have to pay taxes. It used to be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That's kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers,
Yo, I wonder how Don Tony feels about me.
You're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country.
Oh, hey, dog.
Or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the
Be respectful of each other, check. Have a great time, check. Don't self-promote. I don't know what that means.
Violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered.
Yo, dog.
And he stripped him of his rank, and he said, "To next city, you go first." He was a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the battle. I don't know the name of the dog, unfortunately.
It's Don Dog.
He was a close relative to him.
Really?
He was killed in the next fight, violating his law. So that was the law.
Why do you want me to suck your dick from the back?
And the Mongols won. They did not kill everyone.
I thought he was going to say, if you're a real person, come talk to me. Psych.
Felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed.
Dizzy.
But the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill,
dizzy.
And that skill could be making a pot. It could be hammering out a metal plate. It could be weaving carpets. It could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrender. And many of them did, and they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all to forget about the Mongols.
I gotta take a Disney.
They were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. It's a Rabbi. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are, actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate
on a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair.
He was killed.
One smell of delitas
And for Genghis Khan,
rising up through the
he had never
air.
lost a family member.
Up ahead in the
None of his sons,
distance,
grandsons in
I
battle.
saw a shimmering light.
And now to lose the most
I grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. I stood in the doorway, heard the mission bell. I was thinking to myself, this must be heaven or this could be.
You have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly, and it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. That's what he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. Of, we will not cry, we will not mourn, they will cry.
Goes against.
Yeah, Spam Bot does come in your chair, bro. What are you going to do about it? Right, because he wants world peace and he's a sexy beast. I want world peace, I'm a sexy beast. Sorry, dog. Yes, that's good. No! I wish I had one. What does that mean?
40 million deaths.
This is my life, dog.
Perspective of the modern day, that was
Yeah, it is.
800 million people in today's population.
It's good stuff.
So, brutality of numbers like these.
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is. It's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it.
Then I'm just going to put spaces in between.
In
Bitch.
the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. And it's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved in it. It's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan.
So you're taking too long.
We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all of it. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. There's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? Well, we tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. One, just the very nature of war is how there's sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb.
Oh, that shit was sick.
An act of essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan. In an attempt to provide.
As I said, this could be heaven and this could be hell. And then she lifted up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down in corridors, and I heard them say, "Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. With plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Divinity twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. Yeah. She got a lot of pretty boys. She calls friends. Moving me down to the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget. And though I called up the captain, please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And into the voices are coming from far away. Would you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Anytime of year, anytime of year, there's plenty of room at the Hotel California.
Destroy some of our habits and new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in.
That was so sick, especially when you fucked up the words.
When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened seems like a bit of a stretch for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can take Korea and
Rachel, girl, do you know who I am, baby? Rachel, you're pretty hot. I think really most streamers are pretty hot, especially this one. And Rabbi. Rachel.
It was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been into Ukraine. Yet, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards the north.
Yo, baby.
Russia now, and they began the process of unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation.
Another one.
It does arrive out of the destruction. Also, I think we need to look where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around it have been so debilitated,
Another
so
one.
corrupted, and so decayed from their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to
I love how like real streamers stream with like 4 people. That's a real streamer. Aiden Ross had 57,000 people who watch me exactly every single fucking stream. That ain't real. 4 people, that's real. Shout out to Rachel, anxiety doll. Girl, you're gonna hate me. You're gonna be on some ledge by the end of this spam fest. Anxiety doll fucking hates me. She travels too much and misspelled the word too. A common mistake. Go, shorty. It's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. We're gonna sip a party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give a fuck, it's not your birthday. You find me in the club, bottle full of bug. My mom got what you need, you been dancing, you been down. When you having the hook time and you're making love. So come give me a hug if you're in the clean drug. You find me in the club.
And then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jatran clan, descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications of that time are
That was
still
good.
with us. And we don't even
Good job,
see
girl.
it.
She knows how to do it.
When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China. That permeates to today.
Hey, Mark, I gotta
There's a
watch
lot of
this.
stuff that we'll talk
That's the
about.
shit
That
that'll
gives the
kill
religious
you.
freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest and the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing your respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steel man. Yeah.
Carlos is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the training system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identified, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well. All the different kinds of peoples that came from the steppe.
I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them. And maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much We sympathize with their suffering. That's the two rules for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light. That they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers.
Enjoying the grind.
God, we can produce it.
K-Bizzle, enjoying the grind. K-Bizzle is enjoying the grind. The train wreck to be frustrated. K-Bizzle is enjoying the grind. K-Bizzle is enjoying the grind.
There's no vision.
K-Bizzle is
So what is
enjoying
this
the
country? What
grind.
should this country be? What is
K-Bizzle
this
is
world?
enjoying
How
the
should it be?
grind.
No vision.
Well, those figures,
K-Bizzle
they're
is
rare in the
enjoying the
history,
grind.
legendary figures that come along that have vision, that are
K-Bizzle is
able
enjoying the
to
grind.
capture
K-Bizzle
the public
is
imagination,
enjoying the
quiet the
grind.
mind, to vision, but
K-Bizzle is
also have the
enjoying the
skill
grind.
to
K-Bizzle
execute and
is
implement it,
enjoying
and
the
all of those
grind.
things
K-Bizzle enjoying the grind.
have the mental fortitude not to be
K-Bizzle
corrupted
is
by
enjoying the
success
grind.
along the way, all
K-Bizzle
of those
is
things.
It's very
enjoying the
rare in
grind.
history.
And when they come along, they change
K-Bizzle
the direction of history.
enjoying the
So
grind.
we could break out some
K-Bizzle
of
is
these
enjoying the grind.
world-defining ideas.
K-Bizzle
Religious
is
freedom
enjoying.
it's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of his disparate lands.
Dude, it doesn't do it. All right,
Can you speak to that?
Some empires in history and some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we mentioned before, the Naiman king, Taiyang Han. His son Kutsluk had fled, no good, worthless, well, son, but Kutsluk had fled into, what is the name?
Just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. The plenty of room at the Hotel California. There's a nice surprise, not a nice surprise. Bring your alibi. Mirrors on the ceiling, pink champagne on ice, and she said, we're all just visitors here of our own device. In the master chamber, gathered for the feast.
And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. Up to this point, it's been tribal law.
Last thing I remember,
as we mentioned before, that for the tribes were mostly fighting over women. You outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding.
You just do it.
But he saw that civilized
Fuck yeah, I can do it.
people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they fight over religion. And so he made the law. Now, this was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want.
He was a hot-headed man. He was brutally handsome. She was terminally pretty.
Person has the right to choose to
She held him up and she held him for ransom in the car in the cold city. He had a nasty reputation as a cruel dude. They said he was ruthless, said he was crude. One thing in common, they were good and bad, she said. Fast to fast lane, the lights are turning red. Life in the fast lane, sure to make you lose your mind. Life in the fast lane.
If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's
Union for action, hot on the case. The common attraction, the top of the race. They had one for the people, they took all the right pills. They had outrageous parties, they had heavy bills. On the face, he pretended not to know that he was caught up in the race. Not in the evening, until it was like he had life in the fast lane, should make you lose your mind. Life in the fast lane. That was so sick when you were like, ba 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 ba.
And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities.
Sam Wise, you know who I am? I'm the biggest pimp you've ever met. For sure. This guy looks like he's gonna fucking yell at me with the microphone. Alright, Sam Wise.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society.
I Sam Wise. What the fuck? No wonder you have
a small army to
3 people watching you.
a large empire.
And also, I will say more.
Thank you for the follow, Rabbi. You're welcome, Sam.
He recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni.
The lights are turning red. Not in the fast lane, should make you lose your mind.
And Christians and Jews. They all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. It's a kind of fragmentation that he's taking advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right.
That was so sick.
Well, unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? You know, the Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas to cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all taxes. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily, but then of course eventually that was abused so much because the religions were then everybody to donate property. You could still use it, you could still form your land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it. Just give us some money, or, you know. Got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuine, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well. As I understand, chosen religion. Came, I guess, can you describe
I don't know the words.
what
We're just rolling.
spiritually himself?
I gotta take a busy though.
And the slaughter that followed that. He went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts,
Yeah,
famous
take a dizzy.
from China who despised. But anyway, he came with all of his
Dizzy.
formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures for these people and public debates from antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons them, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours, and even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in him? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's the term we know to use. Early in life,
Johnny come lately.
he took refuge several times.
There's a new kid in town.
Was the great refuge of his life. He would go to
Everybody loves you.
He would take off his hat, take off his belt. He would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away and pray to reinvade these people. So all the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he was up the mountain. So there are episodes like that. But he was very sincere. But I think what happened, Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. And, should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits.
There's fun
This
on the
goes to great
street.
conservation.
Seems so familiar.
You've got land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main form of his own life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. He was everywhere in the world.
Treat you like you're someone new.
And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky,
Johnny come
and the word for
lately.
heaven, and the word for God, and the word
There's
for
a new
weather,
kid in
were all the same.
town.
Take it.
Everybody loves you.
In the case of the eternal sky.
So
When they're
don't
talking about
let
it in
them
religious terms,
down.
the eternal blue sky. So
You're gonna get
he
it right.
became
The
more
music
universalistic
begins to
in
play.
this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all
Hopeless
religions, all
romantic.
religions, and
There
all
we
people
go
were trying to
again.
attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word.
You looking
But the same
around.
form of moral life and guidance from the sky.
You
He felt that
do.
each person
Da da da.
knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. It didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson Monkhan said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, throughout this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongol steppe that lost everything, right? Just had the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things. He did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is what he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, the Tartaric, different Mongols, and the Uyghur, were administered by his daughters primarily. And his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way. But it wasn't necessarily in our ideological way. It's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was the environmentalist in a modern way, but he has strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water. But you could move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think monks are so stupid, they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy the irrigation system than just to create it. They destroyed those systems out of policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This last senator, Kublai Khan, was the one who changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation.
Come home for sex, man.
But Genghis Khan,
Please
we
come home
can't
for
use
sex,
these modern
man.
terms of like a human rights crusader, among those that chase the Democrat, the modernists, or environmentalists, or feminists. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from brutal killing, and if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out.
Yeah, it's sex and
That was the destruction of Vienna. This is after Genghis Khan had written, this Genghis Khan, his son, the happy drunk. Genghis Khan's army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world. Subadai, was Genghis Khan, was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western
will be ringing.
daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence that I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was some say she was the mother of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. People of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it.
I have no friends.
Kiev was destroyed for killing a whole species in one way.
The envoy's method of communication in diplomacy.
I can be singing.
And that sets a signal to everybody else.
Not much money. I can't go live. Please come home for sex meals. Please come home for sex meals. The sex meals. By New Year's night. Everything has vacation. The joy of the stars shine above. With sex meals. Yeah, this is not
So one of the things we mentioned, but
yeah, bitch, what are you
I think
doing?
it's really fascinating and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing
This
a
bitch
trade
knows what's
network
up.
that spanned I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security.
You're missing an apostrophe in
just
there.
envoys, like we mentioned, for communication
Y-O-U-R-E.
in the military context, but for the merchants.
Y-O-U.
Can you speak to the
Y-O-U apostrophe R-E is yours.
did for the trade network?
Y-O-U-R is
connected to
yours.
the Silk
Or
Road,
Y-O-U
No
apostrophe R-E is you are.
trade.
Y-O-U-R is yours.
They have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some town. And he created
Somebody's gonna hurt someone.
called rest houses
On the night
or
through.
recuperation recreation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. They were just, and his grandson or his son, Khalid was one to ask, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, well, you've got to stop doing that.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone
They said, where's the money
before
going
the
to
night is
It's
through.
still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually.
Somebody's gonna
So they had
come
a much different
undone.
attitude with great respect.
There's nothing we can
A symbol of
do.
that is in the time of
Everybody wants to take somebody. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out right. I don't think he does everybody.
Safely.
That was a good one, though.
It was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two guys. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I think it's possible to measure the positive effect of that. Because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange. Explicit or
Somebody's
exchange
gonna
of
hurt
ideas.
someone
Whether that's exchange of technology,
before the night is
exchange
through.
of like philosophical ideas, scientific
Somebody's
ideas,
gonna come undone.
technical mathematical
There's
ideas, all
nothing we
this
can do.
spread throughout and constantly circulating.
Everybody wants to touch
And can you
somebody.
speak to that aspect of it?
If it takes all night,
It was an exchange of ideas on everything.
everybody's gonna take a little chance.
Ideologies, beliefs,
Make it come out
scientific
right.
information, everything was being exchanged.
There's gonna be a heartache tonight, a heartache tonight, I know. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, a heartache tonight, I know. Oh no. Some people want to say I'm late. Some people talk.
Because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Horizon belonged to him, he conquered it very quickly, very easily. No problem. But it belonged to him.
Here we go.
But the Muslims were using the zero. Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so, they were suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders
Somebody's gonna hurt
for
someone
keeping up with their animals.
before the night is through.
They reduce all animals
Somebody's
to the number of horses. You
gonna
can ask
come
them how many
undone.
animals you can have, and they can say,
Nothing
oh,
we
one horse,
can
100
do.
horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses.
Everybody wants to drink somebody. If it takes all
5
night,
cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1
everybody's going
horse.
to take a little chance.
4 camels
Make it
count
come
as 5
out
horses.
right.
So they reduce it all down like that. The Mongols
It's
take
gonna
sense to
be
them.
a heartache
That's one of the
tonight,
things Genghis
a
Khan
heartache
did. That was one of the things
tonight,
he
I
did
know.
every place he went. It's a complete census of your
There's gonna be a
every
heartache
house that
tonight,
closed
a
outside.
heartache
People, how many
tonight, I
animals
know.
did they do to occupation?
Lord, I know.
So they needed
Some
good
people
mathematics
like
for
to
this.
say I'm
The
late.
Muslims provided.
Some
So it's a
folks
cause
don't
to
hold
China.
out that
These
long.
Middle Eastern scholars and all.
But
Unfortunately,
nobody
they
wants
were
to
rather
go
ruthless
home
sometimes when
now.
it came to implementing
There's
attached
too much
policies.
going
They
on.
became the financial advisors
This night is gonna last forever.
Last
Last all summer long.
You had a combination.
Nobody.
He himself had the genius for combining new bits of technology. But it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example.
Damn, girl.
We had a partial spread of something which is print money, for example. We had almanacs being
This girl could be really big.
She's
pretty hot.
Different information.
Well, she only speaks Spanish. That's why she's fucking up. Damn, she's pretty hot though. I mean, a lot of chicks who just speak Spanish are really hot. This girl though, if she could get her English together, I'll give her private English lessons with this dick. Anyway. This girl's pretty hot. If you create a clip, it will be banned. I speak only Spanish. Girl, you're gonna hate me. If you create a clip, it will be banned. Fuck you.
The Europeans did not excel very much in technology.
What's this bitch doing?
Almost everything, but
what's this bitch doing?
Cast bells from churches. Okay, let's take that bell.
Damn, she has a ton of followers. Girl. This girl got a banging body.
So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, but not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon and even something like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it could fire a very small ballistic device, you know. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
Is it gonna work?
So if we jump around a little bit, sort of on the top,
yo, what up? How you living?
Are some technological developments.
Yo, what up, baby? How are you? Yeah, go for it, Omni Duck.
So how much gunpowder were they using? What was their
All right, do you have a pillow? Yeah, it is. Do you have a mattress? Okay, well just punch the mattress until you pass out. Neither did anybody who you're gonna randomly punch on the street. You need to get out your aggression, and if that's something that you feel is necessary, then go to your bed, punch your mattress until you're tired, and you'll have all of your aggression out within a few moments. There you go. Why don't you use ChatGPT to write your book? It can help you. It doesn't have to be the whole thing. Here, I'll help you right now. We'll write your book. All right. So tell me, what are your ideas? Okay, well, we're going to come up with 5 ideas for the DC universe. Okay, one of them is we don't really know what this character is, but we're going to work on him. Yo, dog, we're going to write a summary on a book that we're going to have in the DC universe. We don't really know exactly what it's going to be yet, but we're going to work on it. So just one moment. Here are some ideas, and we might even want an outline. So we're rolling. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so what are your ideas? The stop motion or something like that. Okay, great. That's one idea. What else about it? We want to make a character that's tied to the still force. Okay, what else? What's your character's name? Do you not know? The character's name is Eldrick Holmes. Of course. Okay, what else? 17th century. He was trapped on an iceberg in an expedition for hundreds of years. And that's how he got the superpower? Just one moment. The superpower when a meteorite hits the iceberg he was frozen in, and that's the still force. Okay, what else? When everything stops moving, but when he opens his eyes, everything starts and moving at normal speed. All right, does he have a car? Does he have a girlfriend or a wife or partner? Okay, does he have a dog or like a pet? He has a pet monkey. What is the pet monkey's name? Okay. Was he born of parents? Or was he like an orphan? Or was he like an alien? Okay, is his mom alive or is dad alive? His dad was lynched and his mom is alive. It was the 1700s. This is common. Period. Okay, you ready? I'm not sending you Jack. Here we go. Summary. In the frozen silence of the 17th century, explorer Eldrick Holmes set sail on a perilous voyage into the Arctic. When a meteorite slams into an iceberg encasing his ship, Eldrick is bathed in strange cosmic energy, awakening the still force within him, the power to halt all motion. For centuries, he remains preserved in the ice until the modern world discovers him. Now, whenever he closes his eyes, time and motion freeze around him. When he opens them, life resumes as if nothing happened. With his loyal pet monkey, Charles, also frozen and revived, Eldrick must navigate a world centuries ahead of him, uncovering the truth behind his father's lynching, face shadowy forces that covet his powers. But the still force is not without cost. The longer he holds the world still, the more the balance of time itself begins to break. An outline. Act 1, Origins and Ice. Prologue, 1600s. Eldrick Holmes, son of a merchant family, joins an Arctic expedition after his father's death by a mob violence. The incident. The ship becomes trapped in an ice. A meteorite crash triggers a strange aurora and infuses Eldrick with still force energy as the ice seals him away. The freeze. Eldrick and his pet monkey, Charles, enter suspended animation. Act 2, Awakening. Modern discovery. A research team unearths the iceberg. Eldrick awakens in the present day. The first freeze. Panic leads him to close his eyes. The entire facility stops mid-motion. Learning control. Tests revealed his ability. When eyes are closed, the universe halts except for him and Charles. Act 3. The present threat. The pursuit. A secret organization seeks to weaponize the still force. Ghosts of the past. Eldrick investigates his father's death and his family's lost history. The cost of stillness. Each prolonged freeze causes space-time fractures. Strange creatures begin to slip through. Act 4. Resolution. Showdown. Eldrick faces the organization's leader, possibly another still force user with a different mastery of the power. Choice. He must decide whether to keep using his gift or let it fade to preserve reality. Epilogue. Eldrick and Charles wander the world, seeking places untouched by time, aware that their presence always carries danger. There you go. You're welcome, Pam. Come back. ChatGPT. Nope. It'll be called Brilliance. You can always use your own words, but this gives you a structure for your story, or it gives you words that you wouldn't normally have used, or poetic license that you wouldn't have normally developed, and so you can use it as an enhancement. It's like a bodybuilder. Somebody can just lift weights all the time and get pretty big, or they can use steroids and become giant and be able to lift way more than they normally would. So it's just enhancing your normal abilities. No one would say that, oh, well, this guy uses steroids, he's not that strong. No, people are going to say, not only is he strong, he's stronger than most anyone on earth. Not necessarily. It gets into testosterone and hormone replacement and things, but straight up steroids without any kind of use of testosterone are going to perhaps make you large, and any kind of small balls aren't that big of an issue. Your dick still stays the same size. You have more muscles than you would have ever wanted, and chicks dig muscles. Chicks don't really dig balls. So long as you can produce semen, which you can, that's all that matters. All right, so go write your book and come back after you've punched your mattress. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a goal. Punch your mattress 1,000 times, and you will not have any urge to hit anybody else for the rest of the night. Come back when you need help, big dog. Peace, buddy. You're welcome, my friend. What a nice person. Last forever. Last all summer long. Sometime until the sun comes up, the radio is gonna play that song. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, I know. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, I know. I know. There'll be a heartache tonight, the moon's shining bright, so turn out the light and we'll get it right. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, I know. Somebody's gonna hurt someone. Somebody before night is through. Somebody's gonna come undone. There's nothing we can do. Everybody wants to touch somebody. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out right. There's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. Gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. I know. You wanna be a heartache? No. You can beat around the bush and you can get down to the moon. You can leave it in the parking lot, but there's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. Whoa, whoa. Dun, 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 dun.
Siege warfare, for example. What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson Kublai Khan, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. But by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms. It's hard for horses to get through the farms. They don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid. The bows are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall of the Ming Dynasty. But the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive navy. Now, the largest navy in the world, it was defensive, and it was literally defensive. And then it came time for warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so it became a wall.
So actually, if we rewind, Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. And at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or usually called the Southern Song. He'd already conquered the Xixia kingdom of the Tangut people. And so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then they conquered middle. Later, his descendants conquered middle, and then Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing. And he was nobody. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia, and they've already burned down Kiev, and they've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, he doesn't read, Genghis Khan was about 7 years old, because Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back, and he met him, and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Sorastani, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Merkin people, whom he had conquered sometime earlier. And so it looks like his mother's people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, with very bright red cheeks, and have a certain very round face, and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mungkhan, later Mungkhan, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died out on campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. And this wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen, because he's the fourth son out of three. Others are way in line, way ahead of her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Mongkhan 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. He died of something. It could have been cholera, or there are different stories. I don't know the truth of it. But he died on campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Well, up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguishing himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China. So he was learning all this stuff for him. The older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people, who was the son of Subadai the Great General. He assigned him to teach him for He wasn't great. He really was not. But he was very smart. He was a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around hunting. As long as he had been with him, he had a shooting.
I can't tell you why.
And his territory north of China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just told him, she said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified. And so he ran off to China. He started administering his land, and he started learning how to do it. Well, when his mother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River on a campaign that he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Arikbok was another hothead Mongol like their father, Tolu. He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions, he had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists, because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists, and so he had to oversee it. He got mad, and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representative to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia, but this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than talking to people. So his wife, Chabi, sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Mongkhan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported Alipok. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Alipok. And so he went to get food from them, and then they didn't want to give up their food. Yeah, we want to support you for Great Han, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262. Then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264. While a legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. From Kublai Khan, I'm not really distinguished himself. But he didn't have the genius of his technology. When he was smart and clever, he understood.
I used to hurry a lot. I used to worry a lot. I used to stay out till the break of day. All that didn't quit it. There was half time I quit it. I just couldn't carry on that way. All I take some dancing. I know it's true. Didn't know I was so lonely till I found you. You can go the distance if our love is a small run. In a long run, we can handle some resistance if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. You change. There ain't nothing else to do. When it all comes down, we can to come through. You were gonna run, fuck.
Territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to conquer the Daviet. The Daviet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. Forces on the other side. Was a smart man. This was smart. He already knew from campaigns that were on the only way to mount elephants was with flaming arrows.
I used to hurry a lot. I used to worry a lot. I used to stay out till the break of day. All that didn't hit it. It was high time I quit it. I just couldn't carry on that way. No, I took some chances. I know it's true. Didn't know I was so lonely till I found you. We can go the distance. We'll find out in the long run. In the long run, we can handle some resistance if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. Talking about it, they got nothing else to do. When it all comes down, we will still come through. Oh, I want to tell you it's a long one. I don't understand why you don't treat yourself better. You the crazy things that you do. Because debutantes in Houston, baby, couldn't hold a candle to you. Did you do it for love? Did you do it for money? Did you do it for spite? Did you think you had to, honey? What by now? In the long run, in the long run. I know we can get it if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. We ain't shaking kind of bad, but we ain't breaking the
They sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet catapult. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat because they were usually made for stable ground. But they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy. And then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
Kid just climbed in his fucking mattress. Love it.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it trebuchet, but it's titled catapult.
This is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side,
yes,
where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time. Since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, and they had a child, they had imbeciles ruling. All kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he replaced it with a kind of mercy policy. Try to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. And because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry.
No, I don't understand why you don't treat yourself better. Do the crazy things that you do. Cause all the debutantes in Houston, baby, couldn't hold a candle to you. Did you do it for love? Did you do it for money? Did you do it for spite? Did you think you had to, honey? Who is gonna break it? We'll find out in the long run. I know we can take it if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. We ain't shaking, kind of bend, but we ain't breaking. In the long run, long run to tell you it's a long run. A long run. In the long run. We'll find out. We'll find now.
Learned some very valuable things. The samurai was such a ritualized way of it. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just craziness. The samurai, almost at that point, you ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy.
I got that. That girl hair. I got fucking.
Mongols, they have no use for that. They're there to fight. They're there to win.
Marlo Thomas hair.
This was unknown territory to them. The weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
Well, they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. And there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah. So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that you rule those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave his navy some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in there. Aju was in command, but actually the head in command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. But he came and he took over command of the army. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols campaign. The generals are loading up. The boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on the boat, and they even deserted their own father. The generals were corrupt.
Somewhere out there, man,
The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress.
neon my
She was her name. The Dowager Empress.
and then
They
there's
said she
no
was
peace on the
missing an eye.
man.
She was ugly. They called her ugly. She
And
that's what they
there
called her.
is inside.
And she offered the Mongols
Can't
everything. I'll
tell
give you everything.
them
They
I'm
let the emperor
ready.
stay. Okay, even if you devote him to just being the king, please
In
let him
the
stay.
day,
Lions said no.
every
Total
day.
surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Lion came in with a small group of soldiers that looked around, and she invited them to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no,
In the
we
city.
didn't win this war in the palace. Our soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor and follow my soldiers to surrender.
In the
But he did not
city.
harm her. He respected her. And there was no illegals. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there was no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital.
That was so sick. It was
When
unreal.
she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick, it took her a longer time, to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are ruling. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters, some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. I mean, how do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore, but I still think it was the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there and they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong then anyway, the delta of the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you, and you're going to stop and build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals,
the general
army, and the navy.
And that was a real competence issue.
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to build.
We're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea.
1892.
Chain together the boats across the entrance to the harbor, and they put the palace boat, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. So Mongols arrived over and over and over, and they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took
Here's
over
your
the land.
guest, girl.
So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. Like they cut the ships off for the fresh supply of wood and water.
Did she just
They
say?
can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there.
You guys have absolutely
The leaders refuse to. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Baker was his
idea.
name.
I have been
With his
wanting
pet
to educate.
parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life was his
I had
pet
to
parrot.
message a few of my people
And then the
to
Mongols,
see, 'cause
they
I
offered
think I'm
every
gonna have
opportunity.
yes. I'm gonna have, it's just
Prime
my,
Minister, so-called, coward that he
It's
is,
just
although he's
my-
treated as a hero today in China throughout their history.
people that I
The
could
coward
bring
that he
with me to
was.
dream hack, but
He
if I
said,
wanted to, I could
we will not
turn
disgrace the country by letting them capture the
so they could
emperor.
have a good time.
So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown.
This fucking dude is back.
And then he
Wow, a
took
bunch of stoners.
the emperor.
This fucking dude is back. That's this guy.
7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child.
Look at this athleticism.
A child
That's really
murderer. He's a
unprecedented.
child murderer to do that.
I've seen athleticism that's allegedly precedented, and this one is unprecedented.
And the parrot fell in the
Oh,
water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great. They were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. Empress Xie.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale, and the army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
All that is true enough. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate of heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But you know, there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is some kind of, like, maintain honor to the last moment.
They very often, most scholars depict Empress Xie as the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years.
These ideas,
and so she did not betray the country. She protected her emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed Jiang Bing.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. And there was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sagate, the second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different sort of fracturings of the Mongol
The sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. But they're so far away.
Yeah.
But now he has a navy.
But this is, I mean, even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. Yes. So, I mean, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. You know, different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send them a queen or princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate, to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left to live. They wanted to get their riches out before they didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for 1 generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there had been a bad sign because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed a second time. And the second time, I think, again, he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army, but now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So he's got, what is he going to do? They're not reliable. They're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River of what's now the Russian Far East, or we call Siberia in English, but the Russian Far East, the Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was massive. And they organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. This didn't work at sea because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They called it GOL, the goal, the center, or QOL, actually, goal. He had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost invasion of Japan, but the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off, was his deliberate plan, but the problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history that it's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Hookschin was her name, the Princess Hookschin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who's not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Enjetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And first he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. Bring your trade into the instituted it was really short, unfortunately. It was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way to Africa, of course, no more moves. Somalia, and some people think that very wide. So, technically, he ruled over the largest size Mongol Empire ever had. But all the actually, the golden horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, even defeated, but they were loyal to them. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So, there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers. And from Russia, from the Caucasus, from Russia. So over time, those groups started intermarrying with them. They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. But they were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he is this now famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess is one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. And so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things, because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million. Because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is, like the princess in that story, this is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Rothschild says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous. or the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kubla Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically. With Marco Polo and Kubla Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. And it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. And we could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
No. But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. But today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic because for me it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more with China, because it was about Kubla Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. It's quite possible. But it's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making the effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly, and we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who have come to help. They're an NGO and they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. And we need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
So it helps us kind of like
despite the fact that Timur Jituhan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world, broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear any more than they want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. There are many, many other things in Russia. Just even Malchit. Malchit is a herder. Mal is a person, is an animal, and Chin is a person who takes care of animals. You know, it's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny, but there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gumilyov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols had become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So you had two emperors, back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes works out good. Anyway, but this great system that united, it's called the Yam or Tol, that it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly. That it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart, and most of them stayed in Persia and Iran and Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descended from the army there. And then in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. They'd been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols, despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back. on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin, and Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup. Same with Napoleon. There's a whole, several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Oh, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is, first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. This is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Cambodia or Laos or Syria or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing. because of the chemical warfare of American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy. We're going to free the women. What? It's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal, and we just paper over it sometimes, you know.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was the American strategy. Yeah, Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner. He is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs for what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrendous. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving, literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America in war, it's a different matter.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that in some deep sense everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better.
Zoot,
My effort is not
how you living, pimps?
to
What are your thoughts? Are you making a lot of money? No? Okay. How was your day? Okay. How was your day? Okay, was that a good thing? You haven't been going to the gym? I mean, weren't you going to the gym like every day? Do you still have your membership? All right, so when are you going to the gym again? Oh, shut the fuck up. What happened, Zoot? What did they say? Dude, didn't you go to them and be like, hey, you said when I get a six-pack, I could work here. I mean, can't you go in person? Okay, can't you go on venue night? Okay. Are there any other strip clubs? You're about to get one. What's that, pimp? Are you allowed in there when they're okay? And then what's that going to do? Did you show them pictures? So you sent them pictures in an email? Did you show them before and afters? And they just didn't respond? All right, isn't there like a normal strip club where you are where you can just go and talk to the people who have like a brick and mortar place? Of course you think about me because I'm sexy. Well, I'm going to, without no doubt, baby. Baby, no doubt. That was an interesting move. What up, pimp? All right. So why don't you go to a gay strip club and knock on the door and be like, "Hey, yeah. So why don't you do that?" Oh, okay. Who's we? I just lost. Extra move. Terrible move. Dude, I was gonna tell you, I'm proud of you still for doing stand-up comedy. That's great, man. Look at what? Yo, pimp. Of course it was. I don't know if oh, yes I did. What the fuck was that? That was the lowest IQ move maybe in the history of this game. How many? Okay, so how many strip clubs are there where you live? Both. So there are a lot. How many male strip clubs are there? Okay, so why don't you go knock on the door of the male strip clubs and just be like, hey, I've got a six-pack. I'm funny. I've got a good personality. I'm not bad looking. I'd like to strip here. I mean, do you have a six-pack? Okay. Yeah, I know.
Next hour, Bigfoot sightings on Coast to Coast AM. To find out where George Norrie is speaking, go to the coastam.com website. Scroll down to the bottom and click George's calendar.
I don't think so.
By now, you know I'm a huge fan of Zelman's. Matter of fact, we have a special event coming up. Neil Sedadra and I are hosting a Let's Put Zelman's to the Test dinner at the Anaheim White House restaurant. It's going to be a garlic onion night in one of the best California.
That's what I like to hear, big dog. Because whenever you say that, you lose.
Join us for one incredible foodie night, ending with Zelman's, so you don't have to lose your. Of August, any purchase of Zelman's will automatically enter you.
Well, that wasn't a good move, big dog.
Zelman's CEL. Use the code KFI for exclusive offer. By the way, just watch Neil and I stuff our faces to see garlic onion. Any purchase of Zelman's will automatically enter you. Go to Zelman's.com, promo code KFI.
Do you suffer from sore feet, back feet, or hip pain? The Good Feet Hard Support System has helped many people find relief, like Tim. I've always told my colleagues who have sore feet, this is the greatest thing. I'll even take my shoe off and chill. And I believe in the product so much. When you have something that works, you kind of want to share it. It worked for me, maybe it can work for you. Or do you wake up at night with heel pain like Crystal?
I would wake up in the middle of the night with all kinds of pain in my heels, my arch. So I went to the Good Feet store, and ever since then, I've been pain-free. I wear them every day. I wear them when I walk, the gym when I work. They're great.
Get back to walking, working, and exercising, and imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery, no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your pain. Stop at the Good Feet store today for a free fitting and test walk. We have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodfeet.com. The following program will be recorded.
Oh, wow. 5 in a row, but it doesn't. Oh, dude. That was great, dude.
The KFI 24-hour news
Valley. Break-ins reportedly occurred 3 miles apart in North Stream. Doors to a condominium, not clear what, if anything, was stolen. 30 minutes later on Murphy Lane, police responding to another possible break-in found a broken window with no suspects. It's unclear if anything there was taken. In both incidents, the owners were at the Valley had suffered a series of break-ins and robberies.
No, why didn't you evolve, pimp?
The fugitive wanted for the 2008 murder of LA County Deputy Juan Escalante has been extradited to the U.S.
The suspect, street gang member, had escaped to Mexico and eluded capture for 17 years. During a press conference, Sheriff Robert Luna announced his arrest.
To bring justice to Escalante's family.
Escalante was shot in the back of the head as he was leaving. August 2nd, 2008. 5 other men who are believed to be gang members have already been arrested and charged in connection with the killing. Eileen Gonzalez.
LA wants
No, it doesn't. Or does it? Perhaps it does on this map. Hi, dog. It did. It gave you 10 elves. Yes, sir.
President Trump says he's having Zelensky and European leaders ahead of a Friday summit with Russian President Putin and Alaska.
All right, well, think whatever you want, big dog.
With Europe insisting alongside Ukraine security guarantees that no Ukrainian territory can just be handed over to Vladimir Putin.
BBC's Patrick Reevell reports Trump warned Putin there would be very severe consequences if Russia doesn't agree to stop its war against Ukraine. Southland weather from KFI, some clouds tonight.
That was good.
Sunny tomorrow with
High IQ, man.
90s in the valleys, AV and IE, and mid-70s at the beaches. Right now it's 68 in Irvine, 68 in Brea, 66 in Burbank, and 78 in Palmdale. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Oh, what a big move. That was beautiful, dude.
Has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s Rock Ride. Featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips. Crank it up all summer. 80s Rock Ride. Commercial-free 24/7. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and buy your next summer preset now. What is dedication? The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him every day. Whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility to make under my wing. He's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back and go.
Yeah.
Dedication.
I think it was great.
Fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
App is #1 for music, podcasts, all in one.
You're right.
Creator of the Bright Sessions, adult mystery.
Now, see, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. Sorry, curiosity lied to me and went right head first into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago,
You're up, baby.
discovered that Riley Stevens has
You think you're
No.
going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does? Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running from, it might
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your
Because you're down 50 points.
and I don't find it soon something much worse could happen. Why does it have to be you? Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Attention to the clues because when it's time to solve the case,
Yo, pimp.
miles on the island shows. Number one for
Perfect game.
video and podcasts, all in one app. Your iHeartRadio everywhere. To experience iHeartRadio.
No, you can't say that.
On the go, beyond the iPhone and Android, and iHeartRadio.
No, we can have Grass Monster.
Another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Air TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display. You enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio.
Yes, sir.
Big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. For seamless listening.
You don't have the worst combo you can have.
iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV.
Dude, I think I have the best combo.
Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI AM 640.
No one beside. I've gone my way, not to the day the darkness arrives. Tomorrow, I'll find what I'm
For sure, dog.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Up next, Bigfoot sightings, true tales from across America with Michael Kozlowski. We're going to be talking with Mike about all these Bigfoot stories. His co-writer, Jim Willis, passed away a year ago, so we're going to dedicate this portion of the program to the memory of Jim Willis, who's been on Coast to Coast before as well. Back in a moment with Mike Kozlowski, Bigfoot sightings. Next, Coast to Coast. Let's talk a little bit about Birch Gold and what they can do for you. Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven. In times of economic stagnation, high inflation, global uncertainty, Birch Gold makes it really easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA of physical gold. Or simply buy some gold and put it away somewhere. Right? First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, stay ahead.
Good move.
For the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Coast 989898 right now.
I know.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all
Yo, pimp.
It's absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery. And she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising and potential all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the I'm looking at my
For sure, dog, without a doubt. You don't even have to mention it. Definitely. Dude, that was amazing. That was amazing.
Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your
Let's see it, baby.
Explorer Mike Kozlowski has written original books and stories in the horror fiction and paranormal investigation genre. One of his books is called American Ghost Stories. Tonight we'll be talking about a legendary creature known as Bigfoot with its word Bigfoot sighting across America. Then co-host guest, the late Jim Woods. Mike, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
Fellow, how about you?
Yes, sir. Born and raised.
Go Lions this year, huh?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved with Bigfoot? What's your background?
So I've always been eventually I moved into writing. I really mostly worked with horror fiction. With a Stephen King kid in my Gen X generation. Obviously ghosts, demons, psychics, monsters, all it's featured.
Why is that, Pimp?
As a kid, especially, fantastic.
Okay. You're just playing a defensive game.
So it was kind of a natural progression, I think, eventually, to end up in the paranormal, unexplained field.
How did you team up with So,
yeah, it's sadly Jim passed, as you mentioned. I'm dedicating that hour to him.
That guy sucks.
Publisher Jim also worked with, and when he got sick, they kind of knew where things were heading, and we really wanted this book to be finished. Our mutual publisher called me, picking up where he had finished, completing Jim himself.
Yes.
To let me do that, humbling and an honor to do it.
25.
He's the type of writer that I
25.
That lets you in. His personality.
Word.
Working with his drafts, even more so, I think, seeing a raw picture of. I was honored to do it. It felt at many times that he was sitting right next to me, completing it, and I'm cool with that.
the cover is fantastic. You think that depiction of Bigfoot on what it looks like?
I'll preface this with I sort of the optimistic skeptic on my writing. Plausible. I don't have the solid proof that would convince me all the way to be. I think there's a
Excellent. Extra move. Oh, that was big.
But yes, I think that's a pretty accurate of what Bigfoot looks like and what.
I'm 5 out of 6.
Yeah, I think it's
What's that, Pimp?
Not just cover. There's certainly enough information to the film.
Welcome. How are you, G? No. She was already here. Not to my knowledge, it's G. Yo, Pimp. In one move? No.
Where do you think the name Bigfoot came from?
It's pretty documented.
Okay.
He was a writer for the Humboldt Times in Eureka, California.
Yep.
He ran a story in 1958 about Bigfoot based on some letters he received from and they had told him a story about some loggers who had an and as he fluffed it, ran on a Sunday just looking to fill out a word count, more or less.
25. Word, dog. Nope. I mean, what do you want me to do about it, baby? They'll be fine. Don't worry. Zoo, you know you didn't have a chance of winning in the first place. Yeah, you have to. Good extra move. That was good. No, sir. What up, pimp?
Would you say your Bigfoot sighting focuses on witness testimony?
Yes, sir. Oh, dude, you took away all my stuff. No, and he didn't. He'd admit to it, I think. He's a shiller. He's a grifter. Word, dog. I do too.
We don't hear many stories of Bigfoot attacking humans. Did you come across any of them? I did. So even some of the earliest stories I mentioned, the 1958 story.
Are you in love with him? What does he speak? Well, there are a lot of berries on the board. I thought it was English. No, but it's better than a lot of places in Africa. It's poor. It doesn't have much of an industry, but it's not landlocked. It's on the ocean, which is big. The people are really nice generally. they're working on becoming more educated, so that's good. Colonization. The Brit. Yeah, the British. Not just the British, but the imperial powers. The Belgians, the French, the Italians. Are you sure about that? Word, dog.
When I was a kid, I was obsessed with that story. But to me, that story is developed before we heard stories about Bigfoot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even as the migration of humans kind of traveled from that part of the world into the Americas, of these large, hairy hominid creatures sort of did the same. The Yeti or the abominable snowman, as I do it as a kid as well. Even though back then I didn't know what abominable meant, just thought it meant big. The Yeti was a creature that
Take your time, pimp.
talked about for generations. It lived up in the Himalayan mountains. A lot of people think the creature has kind of died out and moved over to the Americas.
Perhaps.
But even its people as famous as Edmund Hillary, looking for footprints that they could identify as Sherpas who helped them with these travels, identified them as Yetis, explain that these were large. And Nepalese folklore is more of a creature, similar stories in Native American folklore of creatures like this.
Where do I get fire?
But certainly those stories made their way out of plain areas of China and their borders and into the neighbors of Europe, and especially was a ton of adventurers still heard and explored of people back home. And as those stories became more prevalent, I think it also allowed people to share their own stories that maybe they were hesitant to before.
What stories do you want to be?
Yeah, they're so.
You need to heal.
I really think the combination that
Get the green, I guess. But you're still pretty far away. I think it. I don't think you can beat me. I don't need anything on the board. Oh, dude, you're making a comeback.
just how the process developed of Patterson.
Yeah, it's not letting me though. Oh, it's your turn.
Creature information he got from other now famous researchers, I think that story, and because it really, I think, lit a fire.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
To our investigations, I think for me that was the most interesting.
And you delved into much more than eyewitness accounts.
Yes, absolutely. And as I said, I think it's important to understand. You know, if you want to understand Bigfoot now, it's one thing to try to understand the evidence.
If we play on the lava map, it's over. It's over. I'm waiting on you. Let's see it. Yep.
Interact with us, with nature, with other creatures.
Well, Mike Kozlowski, his website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastname.com. We're talking about his book, Bigfoot Sightings. He also wrote American Ghost Stories. We'll touch on that. Mike, in terms of the Bigfoot exposure,
One less berry to evolve.
It was, I guess, a difficult question to answer, really. I mean, I have
Yo,
some
pimp.
of my own that, it's a smaller population, maybe than
Maybe.
that states, a population of 50.
It might be.
Have enough genetic diversity to breed and continue on. If you imagine, and another, population of like 500.
You have extra health.
Kind of a number that it's thrown out as being kind of a minimal existence for a population, and 550 to 500 individuals, even just in America. That's very few people taking up a whole lot of space, right? Very few creatures. So it would be difficult to locate them, kind of a needle in a haystack.
what do you think of this story? Give me your opinion. A guy called the story No Lines. He said he was fishing on the bank of the lake. Behind him, he saw something wrestling around that paid too much attention. Caught two trout. Turned around. Bigfoot was looking right at him, and he panicked, didn't know what to do. Handed the trout to Bigfoot. Bigfoot took a boat. Looked at both fish, looked at him, gave him one back, and ran off.
I could believe that, certainly. I think I'm of the opinion that Bigfoot is, kind of in between.
I'm at maximum health.
Position, right? But obviously a better intellect than
Calm down, Zoot.
the great apes that we know, based on the stories that we've heard about it. And great apes are very smart, right? I think they can learn something language. They can, communicate with us.
Zoot, I'm really proud of you for doing stand-up comedy. You did really well. Good on you, big dog.
Certainly the sense to interact with us that way. And I think, again, we met.
I wouldn't disrespect God like that.
Probably just,
No.
self-defense, to protect itself or its
That's okay. I mean, I could think it's funny, but I would want to diagnose something that I don't really understand, and I don't think anybody does. Okay. Okay.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is
is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival. Products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s rock featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, and more for your summer road trips. Crank it up all summer. 80s rock commercial-free 24/7.
Yes, sir.
Just open the free iHeartRadio app and find your next summer preset now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. His top prison band.
Let's see it.
Is about to attempt the impossible. In just 5 hours.
Yes, sir.
They were black artists, extremely low emphasis. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Peters, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way. We were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand on the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
Yo, pimp.
Their past behind business.
Oh, perhaps a lot.
That opportunity.
Perhaps.
But they never stopped dreaming either.
Oh, this is big.
Listen on America's
Yeah, I think most children at one point were dropped as a baby. Now, it depends on the height. But like no baby's been perfect. Every baby takes at least a little bit of a hit to the head.
It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not. Is this making sense? I think it's a vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. So I might get a notification to do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
That was good. Definitely no. I made a mistake. What up, pimp?
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
6 years old, still. Tom Dionysus is here to tell us about paranormalbeat.com.
Hey, George, I sure am. That's the
Dude, that was good.
friend, a companion, maybe someone just to have a cup of coffee with, maybe want to go on a date with them. Just people that think like you do, relate to the things that you think about and are into. That's what you're looking for there. It's paranormalbeat.com.
She's a Salvati in the house, and she's also the editor of the Whole Lifetime's Digital News magazine.
Yes, I am, George. Thank you very much. I would love to give anyone a copy. They're welcome to email me at Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
And it's free, right?
It's absolutely free, George.
How long will it take you from the email to get it up?
It's going to take a couple of weeks, George. We're working on our autumnal issue.
It's over.
One more time.
It's Gina, Gina.
Game over, Zoot.
wholelifemagazine.com.
Thank you, Gina.
Oh, no way.
Here's something for you to build up that immune system.
I thought it was. Hit me with it. Hit me with it, big dog. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Physical activity, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be
Wow. That was impressive. I've never had it. That was amazing. You could win. What a comeback.
high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of depression, autoimmune disorders, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and
I don't think that's true.
protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Maria, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Maria protects cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at
Very close.
563-39. Enter promo code George for free.
I was going to get an extra 10. But yeah, I understand. What do you want, Zoot?
It's called Mars Mission 1, a fictional book based on real world facts. A few never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones created this Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon.com. Bringing you
Are you going to use the same stuff?
For example, first crew lands on the surface, and a missile
Okay, we'll do that on your own time. Go.
as debris sails along at thousands of miles an hour, destroying more satellites.
Zoot, go.
Non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded kiss mark has begun. All satellites
Zoot, go.
all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power
Zoot, pick something.
Mars Mission 1.
Zoot, come on, man. Hit confirm.
Mars Mission 1. Surviving the kiss.
I'm not a big fan of this one.
At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain. I was truly dreading it.
I don't like going first either. I like having the extra. I like having the extra health.
Then I heard Dr. Joel Wall at Coast to Coast, George Norrie, and decided to give his unique recommendation 90 days. It took less than a month to feel results, and I've lost 95 pounds. I'm off all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone. I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Jose you another day. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter, Dr. Wellness and Bad Foods, and tons of invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 at criticalhealthnews.com.
That was not good for me.
And welcome back to Your Story, along with Mike Kozlowski, as we look at the Bigfoot sightings at the road with the late Joe Willis, one of our coast-to-coast guests, and also American Ghost Stories, which we'll talk about as well. Michael, when you were a kid, did they ever call you Cozy?
They didn't. I was usually just a Cos or a Mikey when I was younger. But my favorite bar in the area called the Cozy Lounge, and it's spelled K-O-Z-Y, so I like to think they were.
Detroit, are you?
I'm in Detroit proper, northwest Bagley neighborhood. Up around, you're familiar with George, so you would probably know Palmer Woods University of Detroit, right around there.
Yeah, my buddy was a year younger than me when I was in grade school. It was Michael Kozakowski. And I went online looking for him. Born
Yep.
the same year he was. Died a few years ago. He was in Southgate, Michigan, and I'm wondering if that was him and he moved or something.
Oh, that was
And skiing, yeah, like Smith in Polish, I think. So there's a lot of us out there.
When you wrote the book Bigfoot Sightings, was there anything that you
I don't think there was anything
perhaps you.
that scared me. There were quite a bit of, again, a lot of tales. I think the best way to put this, I think the surprise of coming across unexpectedness when people come across the creature, you know, would frighten anybody, obviously. Like I mentioned earlier.
I don't think any of the moves were good for me.
Specifically, you rarely find it, maybe by design. You know, I think these creatures are very elusive.
Okay, let's see it, big dog.
You know, of their own will when they are spotted or seen. I think if, you know, just reading some of the stories about how people and, you know, imagining myself in that position.
It's your turn. Whatever you want to do.
When you wrote American Ghost Stories, tell me about your thoughts on that.
Yes. That book covers a particular story from each of the 50 states. I did a lot of research, had several stories from each state. Kind of
Word dog.
What I
Yep.
want that book to be. Maybe another book in the future because there's so many stories. But that, I think, is more concerning to me.
Oh no.
A living creature like Bigfoot. Living organic creature.
No way, dude.
You know, that's a little more, won't say grounded in reality. Ghosts aren't reality, but just for praise. And deal with natural stuff. They have powers that, you know, are beyond what we can understand. And the stories that, you know, I came across with writing that book. Definitely gave me
Are you gonna win?
concern.
You came up with, how did you find it?
A lot of it was research, just, you know, online research. These books, the unexplained genre sort of books, tend to be very research heavy. You want to make sure you're, you know, dealing with
What are you gonna do, pimp?
correct, as much as possible information.
Is that the move?
Some of the stories were from friends, you know, out through my social media and whatnot, you know, share your stories with me. And some of them I wanted to share, not just the most popular stories that people have heard of. There's a few of those in there, but some that, you know, may have been, you know, only known locally to, you know, individuals that lived in a certain area. There's a lot of that.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, it was really a broad net thrown out there to capture the stories, and it took a lot of work to whittle them down to the 50 that are in the book.
Why do you think so many people are fascinated with ghostly stories and Bigfoot stories?
I think just in general, we're a curious lot as humans. We want answers for everything as best as we can. So we're always exploring and investigating, and I think that shows, as far back as, recorded history certainly, and even before that, and, folklore, oral traditions. A lot of times we don't know the answer.
Rabbi Rothschild next.
Where somebody never
Dude, you just fucked me.
Trying to understand what these, flashing lights, things that light the world on fire, where they come from. I think we like
Yeah, you did.
sort of super.
Dude, you're playing really well.
But was interested, and that keeps us searching, and we discover.
Why'd you play that move, big dog?
Behind the things that we can't find
cool.
answers, and the ones that are hard to find the answers become the more interesting, and the more questionable. I think that drives our nature, curious nature, just to keep searching.
Share one of their ghost stories.
What are your favorites? Okay, well, I'll share my Michigan story. It's one of my favorites. Anyways,
are you excited?
Lived in Forster, Michigan, where my still has
Tight.
And this was in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Dude, WTF?
Forster at the time.
What do we do?
Shipping area. Lumber was big in the area there. Now it's mostly farming. Lived in Forster with her family. She fell in love with a sailor who came in to the port. And of course, wasn't too happy about that, so sort of locked her away. So she couldn't see him. Unless she was able to.
You're up, Zoo.
Without them being able to say goodbye out of the Lake Huron.
Absolutely.
Return when she received news that their ship had sank.
Is that what you're gonna do?
And distraught. And ghost stories began. It's tragic events and distraught lovers.
There you go, big dog. Dude, you're gonna maybe win.
These days and since then, but even still today, people claim to see Minnie's ghost walking along the beach or along the road that runs along
Tight.
young women.
Tight.
Enjoy cold water. And my mother actually had an experience when she was a child, so it was a story that I was well familiar with.
That extra move.
Had been investigated by others, and one that we still tell that story around the campfire when we're up there.
Let's see here. What do I want to do?
So authentic.
I think he was the same type of writer. I think it's important, to be honest with your readers and
Yeah.
and the more you can talk about the things that interest you and you love.
Let's see it.
Involved, the more authentic it's going to be. I try to be honest with the unexplained books in particular. As a horror fiction writer, for most of the time so far, I still do that. But explained, caught my interest.
Yeah, why'd you upgrade that guy?
A lot of the times, I'm learning as I go. So it's sure I can take with the reader. Not unusual for me to, be at an interview like this or at a speaking engagement and to learn something new from, somebody that's read my book that, shares information with me. And, that's,
Thanks, big dog.
delving into the information, beyond, having finished the book.
going to take calls next hour with Mike Kozlowski talking about his Bigfoot sightings book and American Ghost Stories from people both on Coast to Coast. And again, his website is
Oh, that was big.
What's your next project?
Really big.
Well, the next one I'm working on right now is explain
It took away a lot of things that could help me.
aliens. We'll cover cryptids and ghosts again in a smaller fashion. Geographical anomalies like Bermuda triangles, things like that. So a broad range of should be interesting and hopefully will lead to the next maybe more, maybe something on aliens.
Yes, I do.
Its own standalone version. I do believe you started off somewhat as a thing, did you?
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot. Good job, man.
The optimistic skeptic, I certainly am interested, want to believe most of these stories and what specifically what people are other
Probably about 50%.
I try to remain sort of agnostic and skeptical. I think your job of really finding the best evidence and information. Did you change your views as you got more and more into these stories? I still remain skeptical in a lot, but I'm much more inclined to lean toward, belief. You don't think your stories were made up by people? No, never. Never assume that somebody was, making a story. I would never dismiss just because I
New game, different game.
Necessarily have the same experience. There may be a reason different than what somebody thinks happened, but that's kind of the joy of the investigation, is trying to figure out what it is. And in the end, it may be exactly what they say, whether it's a ghost or a Bigfoot or an alien. What percent of the American public do you think believe in you?
We're playing a game, dude.
But it's roughly between 20 and 30 of the public that believe Bigfoot exists in some version of the story, whether that's alien related or organic. Or the Yeti.
Cool, dog.
30, roughly, I think it's 27%. I want to say is the number in the U.S. And then kind of the broad number worldwide as well.
You've never beaten me at this game.
I mean, a third of the population, believing that a creature exists that we have really, really, really a lot of evidence, a lot of pictures, on video, but often blurry. Many reasons for that, talk about in the book. But I think a third of people, having that belief is pretty admirable. I think it's a pretty good number. Certainly, if
Sure, dog.
come across the body or it's captured, animalistic, but if you have that sort of physical evidence, obviously, those numbers go huge. But I think a third of people believing is a pretty good number to go with at the moment. What's it going to take to get it up to 60-70%? I really think it's going to take a body or some sort of DNA sort of evidence. There are researchers and professors.
Who knows, dog? Maybe when she's number one.
Stories and are investigating the evidence. But we're a tough lot to convince. So I think in the end, like most things.
What number is she? Have you been backing off or something?
On the fence, honestly,
What happened? I know what happened. That's an excellent question. Back to the whole country. Vatican City.
Some wonderful experts, have been able to, talk about the anatomy of the creature and the way the muscles move and as the over the years with, better technology. So certainly drove a story. Really got everyone interested. All right, we're going to come back in a moment with Mike Kozlowski and talk about Bigfoot sighting.
But most of those people are priests, and they don't have sex with chicks.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoast.com.
Yep. It was not, but it was pretty good. No, I lost. Oh, you fucked up, and you now made yourself have a really hard shot. Oh no. I don't want to talk about it.
Taking your kids to their first baseball game.
Dog. Yeah.
Yes.
50-50.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 Get vaccine.org.
Dude, this is a hard shot.
iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. One. Discover over 300.
No, I have an easy shot.
Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Now the criminal network hidden in the shadows. I tell them that they're
Yeah, I basically.
child-based websites, all the darknets. Journalists will be exposed to the dark.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Word, dog. You ready for another one? Yeah. We can play it right now.
Listen and follow the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Everywhere.
What's your idea, big dog?
To experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, on the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers.
You have an invitation. You get to go first. That's such an advantage.
On Xfinity Flex, the easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts.
Dude, my thing's not working. I have to close and reopen.
Xfinity ambient moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s Rock Ride, featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips. Bring it up all summer. 80s Rock Ride, commercial-free 24/7. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and find your next summer preset now.
Welcome to How We Made, which I think we're calling William. I said let's connect. Yes, rewatching 208 episodes. Josh and I played those to be on the show.
What up, pimp?
Seasons, and I'm thrilled to be
Yes.
the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan of radio, Easter eggs / pineapples and general knowledge. But now, these 20 years later, to talk about life and love and art and everything in between. Real question. Did you see me?
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts. And in preparation, I asked some of my friends to send me some videos and give me some notes.
Have a good podcast. Keep your appropriate.
Fuck.
I love true crime and cooking podcasts.
Oh.
Mine too. Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for the day. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up a little. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
What?
iHeart. Your free iHeart.
What's that, big dog?
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Explore podcasts like this.
Okay, go for it.
The all but certain confidence that some places are safe.
I have a feeling this game makes it so that it's competitive. I think it like rigs it so that it's competitive. That was dumb.
This is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Daytime. You can listen to all episodes now completely free.
On America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app and listen now.
Saving energy saves you money. Whether you switch to Energy Star light bulbs,
Give me a 5.
Energy Star appliances,
You're
or
done.
extra insulation.
This game's over.
EnergySavers.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of the big town lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of
I don't have a choice.
There, in the forest, we built a different
The forest occupation or things like that will present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Inside Media, Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters still working at the offices now.
I'm Matthew. Follow, we came to the forest. They were so dedicated to that forest. We didn't want to.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free
iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s rock rock, featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips. Crank it up all summer. 80s rock rock, commercial-free 24/7. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and find your next summer preset now.
Zoot, can you hear me? You need a 2? You need a 2 or a 4? You need a 2 or a 4? You need a 2. Yo, you need a 5?
To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Dude. I'm not happy about it.
The TSA is warning travelers to be very careful about airport use because of a crime called hacking. Install malware into those ports to steal information. When you go online,
You need a 3 or 4? Oh, perfect.
identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects
You're going to get a 3.
potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken
Zoot, you're up.
crimes committed by thieves. If you do become a identity theft,
Gave you $200.
guaranteed where you get your money. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 40% off your first year with Global Deal. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock. You're there. Terms apply.
Investments today feel like second jobs
Okay.
in disguise. Real estate, you're a landlord. Stocks, you're a day trader. Crypto, you're a full-time researcher. You've got a life to live. Your investment should help you live it. You deserve a strategy that builds wealth without sacrificing your time, sanity, or freedom. That's why more Americans are choosing gold. Gold doesn't demand your attention. It doesn't crash overnight. And it doesn't care who's trending.
That was the worst move you could have made.
Investments has helped thousands of investors just like people who want both profit and peace of mind secure their future with real physical gold. There's a reason smart investors are going back to basics, choosing the only asset trusted by civilizations for over 5,000 years. Gold offers freedom and peace of mind, 1 ounce at a Investments.com to get your free wealth protection kit. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Mike Kozlowski. We're talking about his work, Bigfoot sighting. Would you freak, Mike, if you saw a Bigfoot? Yeah, probably. On that. Would you run?
It would be hard to say. I don't think I would run.
We'll see.
Woods coming across, creatures unexpected. Probably treated like a bear encounter.
Oh, that's great.
Big that I recognize.
Yep.
I think I would, being me, probably be foolishly try to communicate and, interact. What's your gut tell you about what people?
Dude, again, this always happens to me.
I think my gut tells me that it's a mix of certainly evidence to suggest that there's a creature out there that we are familiar with, and we maybe could be or should. And that
Don't get a 1.
We don't know exactly what it is, and then I think there's probably a number of instances where it's misidentification.
A 1.
Eyes deceiving you, or
Oh, this,
I think that's the case.
but you don't have the money.
There's going to be the real cases.
Right. I knew that was going to happen. They like. They like it. I'm telling you that the games are closed. So